got. They sell those at the general store.
Oh yeah. Right next to like the bottles of wine and like the you know,
Pre-rolled
bread.
CBD cigarettes.
You know, this is the Middle Ages, pre-rolled pipe weed.
Exactly.
You're pre-piped.
They also have e-cigarettes, but that's separate.
Come with a disposable biodegradable pipe.
Biodegradable pipe.
Made out of paper.
It's just a regular wood pipe.
Yeah, wood
Actually
do be
true.
biodegradable.
Big true, Neil.
Already there.
Just a regular ass.
Regular
wooden
ass pipe.
Maybe I should take Dream of the Blue Veils so I can teleport us all to another dimension without you noticing.
Yeah, let's just ignore this entire end of the world scenario by just going somewhere else. Let's go to the Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Well, what's the Forgotten Realm? I forgot.
And then all of a sudden,
Heyo!
Junior Superior's like,
Forgotten
alright,
Realms
time
is
to ruin
every-
everything here too.
Area of
Funny joke.
Tool or something that isn't Faerun.
Huh?
Those are the Forgotten Realms. The ones that aren't Faerun.
Maybe.
So the Forgotten Realms is... Faerun is part of the Forgotten Realms, so...
No, the funny part is that Wizards Coast
Forgot about
Don't
anything else.
acknowledge any other part of the world except Faerun.
Hey, they talk about Greyhawk sometimes.
Never heard of it.
What are you
Do you know
talking?
every single orc came from Greyhawk? Much like World of Warcraft, they didn't steal it, I swear.
Swear to God.
They made a giant portal.
Somebody
was-
roll me a 1d3, please.
Damn it. Why'd it have to be a dice that doesn't exist?
Just so I couldn't snap fire it.
Oh, that's boring.
Just pick the one you want to pick.
No!
I do this all the time. I'm like, I want this one, but maybe I want the other one. I'll roll for it. And then I get the one I don't want, and I'm like, fuck that roll.
Done that shit so many times.
Alright, okay, so here's what we're gonna do, okay? We
Hmm.
teleport into the ocean, and then we sit in the boat and we just wait.
What?
Nothing bad can get you in a boat.
Can
But
confirm.
we've got things to do.
A boat.
What
What?
can't get you in a boat?
No bad things can get you on a boat.
Hmm.
Mm,
About the big tentacle-looking
I don't
guy.
know about that.
Yeah, he's sitting in like a sinkhole.
Yeah,
I
what
don't
if we
think he's
hang out
coming
on a boat right in the middle of this? Is that safe?
Without being sucked in.
Yeah. Without being sucked.
Look,
Can we do it?
Several of us can fly.
Do we do is
And I can't die twice.
Yeah.
Well, there you
See,
go.
we defeat him, but we just
Wait,
start
wait.
polluting the water in this little area.
We put plastic in the whirlpool and he'll choke.
Nistri is Sekiro?
He's not eating shit in the world.
Sekiro. Nistri dies twice.
Two dies twice.
We need to
Keeps
invent six-pack canned beers so that those plastic ring bits
Yeah, exactly.
kill him eventually.
He's about to, ooh.
What is this?
Try to put it on, and then he'll just choke.
He can't breathe because the little tips of his tentacles are the fucking mouths that he breathes from.
Yeah, he's got one air hole at the end of each tentacle, and that's it.
He's put a bottle, you know.
How did he asphyxiate? Well, bottle poppers.
Bottle lattice work.
Am I having a stroke? Where am I hearing music?
From the game.
You are having a stroke.
Yeah, but
Wake up.
it's like real human music, though.
You've been
Yeah,
in a
it's like
stream for 45 years.
Fiddle. Is this from your stream, Josh?
Yes. It's
No,
also
it's
in the.
it's
in the Roll20.
There's nothing playing in the roll.
Yeah, I know. Mine says there's nothing playing either. But
What the fuck?
as soon as I unmuted it,
This
I
is
could
why
hear it.
I'm feeling insane.
See, what you do is you right-click and
What
mute
the
tab
fuck?
to
It's
see
playing, but it's not playing.
where it's
What?
coming from.
I'm so confused.
Aren't you
Yeah.
playing?
Unmute site.
Nothing currently.
That is
Okay.
I can't believe
weird.
muting and unmuting actually made it play. That's really weird.
Greedy man.
Ooh, damn.
I was so confused. I was like, of course it's playing. What are you talking about? I'm like, what?
There we go. Greedy man. I see now.
If your
But,
concentration ends on delayed blast fireball, does that mean
It explodes
does it blow up?
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no timer
You
anymore.
should explode now.
It explodes when the spell ends, or concentration is. Well,
Mm.
spell ends when concentration is dropped.
I don't feel like it's not worth my
You
concentration.
can also run up to it and pick it up and throw it like a grenade.
And then I go to my favorite
Yeah, it's
handout for myself
It's
called
a dumb spell.
fucking
I've never
curve
seen
day.
it be used.
No, it's because it's concentration. It's only good when combined with time stop.
Yes,
Or, like,
exactly. That
threatening
is why I
somebody.
used it at the end of campaign 2 when he did time stop.
I prefer Dio's version of time stop, where he stopped time and threw 57 knives at Fume, and then
Yeah.
restarted time, and I took like 100 damage.
Yeah, halved. Thank God.
Yeah. He so kindly threw all the knives at the raging barbarian.
It's like antagonist sense, they're like, I have to attack the strongest enemy or they'll think I'm a coward.
So
They
clearly
only attack
Dreadmore was the
spellcasters,
strongest
they'll
enemy then.
judge me.
Oh, I'm gonna go grab a soda, and then we will pop off.
Is there a magic item that lets you throw further?
Probably.
Yeah, it's called a Belt of Giant Strength.
Yeah, I was gonna say anything that gives you strength.
Yeah, but like, not just a flat number, but like throw twice as far so that it could amplify this delayed blast fireball.
Catapult.
I assume
Or-
40
Isn't there a
feet
meta
is
magic thing?
Are you
It's
talking
just
about
nice.
spells? Because if you're thinking
There
about
is a
that, you
meta
want
magic
Spell
thing.
Sniper.
Spell sniper?
You're not really
Spell sniper is-
casting a spell.
He's talking about kicking the fireball after it's already been cast.
Yeah, that would actually make delayed blast fireball kind of fun.
Yeah,
You
'cause-
cast it and you basically hand it to like your raging belt of strength barbarian and he throws it like a football.
Yeah, because you could if you're lining up an ambush shot, you can cast this in cover, then still be hidden. Wait 9 turns, and then you get your boy to throw it at them. But 40 feet is a lot of distance to work with.
It really isn't.
Considering it is a 20-foot sphere.
Yeah,
Danger close.
I'm gonna say it sounds like fucking Autolux freezing speed.
See, what they
Oh,
should do instead is they just make it non-concentration, so you can throw as many as you can cast.
Oh god.
I actually heard the most AIDS spell combo I've ever heard the other day. So you cast Prismatic Wall in the air.
Okay.
And make it horizontal. And then you cast Reverse Gravity underneath it,
Oh.
Oh,
forcing somebody to go through every single layer of the wall with no save. Because
Oh
there
my
is no
god.
save against Reverse Gravity.
There's only a save. If you can grab something, there's a save.
Yeah, if there is something for you to grab. If not,
Yeah.
you are going through every single layer of Prismatic Wall.
And instantly, that's like going.
And then, if they live, you cancel the reverse gravity, and they go back through every single layer.
That sounds like taking the elevator in the abyss. From Made in Abyss.
Yes, yes, made in Abyss.
The only thing saving you at that point is maybe a wizard contingency.
Just rapidly turn
'Cause that
inside
could all-
out.
That could all happen in the span of a single turn,
Yeah.
considering fall speeds.
Okay. Your the one saving grace though is they have to spend a turn putting that wall up in the air,
Yeah.
and then you just need to be smart enough to not stand under it.
What if they have 2 spellcasters that go right after
Like
each
the,
other?
the wall isn't massive. Can be avoided. So that means
Well, yeah.
you need like a third turn of setup to get some like really good restraining effect on someone so they can't move. Then
Or
you
if
do the wall,
The
then you throw
creature
them up.
is massive. Then
No, just 2 wizards.
Hold your action to reverse.
2
gravity on
wizards,
it
that would
until
do it.
the thing is in place.
2 wizards that take their turn right after each other. It's
You
done.
don't even need to, you can just hold your
Yep, hold action.
prepared action to cast spell right before this guy goes. And they are fucked.
Reverse gravity's such a dick move spell.
It's-
It's like, no, I'm sorry, you're going up.
Yeah.
anyway, on that topic, you have reverse gravity.
What?
I was saying, do you have reverse gravity?
I'm gonna go
God,
check.
most of these are 10d6 of a certain type of damage. What the fuck?
Prismatic wall is like 9th level there.
Yeah.
I
That's
do not
the
have
problem.
reverse gravity if you wanted to take it.
No, I'm taking power. I mean,
I can't find that spell book that I got some of my spells from. That Josh linked to me forever ago, so I can't use one of my spells. It's kind of sad.
What the fuck?
I didn't decide to enter it. Remember that spell book you linked to me a really long time ago? You let me pick stuff out
Oh, yeah,
from
the
it.
total spells.
Yeah, I can't find it because the PDF saved to some weird name, and I looked through all my PDFs and I'm like, none of these look like it. So I just gave up.
I'll have to go and dig through my
I could have asked you
folders.
about this a long time ago, but to be honest, it's been a weird week for me, so kind of slipped my mind.
I will have to find that at another date.
Yeah. I guess I could just go look it up. I'm probably find it and stuff.
Also, I'll full commit to a fucking sleep stream. Try and wake me up, bitch. Alrighty.
The eye opener.
The eye opener. Which also reminds me, since everybody's actually here, there we are. Now we can begin. Last time on Festering Faiths. After spending a good portion of time in the town of Jordan, you had managed to slay the first mentor you had met. One that wasn't actually a mentor, but earned the phonetic title that matches. Very quickly dispatched those within the tower itself that were remaining with the Soul Crushed. Alongside with that, you had also managed to survive the adamantine golems that lie there within. Terrified at how strong they were, at the same time getting more and more violently angry at the fact that the guard captain did not follow you directly down while trying to calm down the barracks, that there's strange people running around the tower. One of the people who were misinformed that you were assaulting the keep from Warren Thoss's assistance, as well as having a dragon in tow, you very quickly dispatched the rumors of that, as well as managed to get rid of Rune, Surveyor, Mentor, as well as his other monk associate, and one of the synthetics that were attemptedly hiding as a priest of Lythander. After confirming their permanent deaths and sending them to hell, you started repairing the ship as best as you could, traversing around, getting more information. The hammer was dispatched and whisked away, never to be used or ever seen ever again, destroyed by the Shadowfey King. At that point, even though people were still hesitant, they had trusted Elaine, especially under the Zone of Truth, thankfully. And realizing that she was telling the truth, that it was destroyed and is no longer being used. There were some curiosities that were happening as The Obsidian Queen kept trying to look through. Come on. And then there was extra scrying, more scries, and then even more prying eyes. Curious enough, as Rune was dead, who else would spy on you other than maybe Junius? And why the Obsidian Queen? You did receive word as well that originally Bymore was under assault from the southern borders of the Obsidian Queen's domain. That the forces were there, and even some of you have gone over your notes recently, realizing that some of the Obsidian Queen's children are at the border of Bymore. It does lead to some curiosity as to why the main Soul Crushed would be so far north in Jordan, but there is also still growing tensions as Warrendoss seems to be growing on the border near Boulderwick and Bymore, almost knowingly. It is unnerving, to say the least, in this tension. After receiving a few more pieces of key information, realizing that the solstice would be coming from Zymon's knowledge, and that it would be able to break the domain that has been falsely made over Xerxes, the Blood Moon. Realizing that what few gods remain need remain, so that the solstice may happen. It's at this point that you had made decisions to visit the Shunned King, who lives on the Golden Sands Strip towards Zrossen. It's at this point that you are making preparations for your teleportation, and a few more other pieces that you had gained or gleaned with the ones who had woken up in the Forest of Extinction, being one of the Moon Lords, a fellow UNT god, the Collector who sits at the bottom of the ocean, as well as some rumors and paranoia as the vaults are open, which means now the Pained Warrior is free. And the assumption that you know full well, Kavan, that if he's free, he's probably tearing through the armies in God knows what direction.
Horrifying. Very bad news. Very big bad news. Needs to be dealt with. I feel like I have a moral responsibility to do so.
So. With that, we come to the start of the day. All is calm for the moment, but obviously endeavors must be had. The Elref is being repaired still. It's close to being fixed. It has been quite a bit of time interjecting, interceding between. How do you wish to proceed? As you know, Boulderwick is not far. The regiments of Jordan had moved out purposely in that direction to Boulderwick. I appreciate Boulder Dick. It's rock hard. Don't worry, it'll fuck you in the ass later.
Oof.
That was a little saucy.
First of all, I'd like to give my respects to the unseen servants of Rylex's mansion. They have excellent singing voices.
You're damn right.
Yes, they're clearly, just going for it.
You've really outdone yourself, Rylex.
Mm-hmm. It's really difficult to make it use instruments that don't exist, but, magic's great.
Hell yeah.
Right.
For it to exist in the mansion, all it needs to do is be in your mind, right?
So that means that I've now conceptualized an instrument that nobody uses.
It's less adventuring, is it? She'll be a great bard.
Yeah, just invite people into the mansion. I guess actually, to be fair, that would be a pretty good business.
Honestly, that would be a fucking hot take on an inn.
Traveling
10-star hotel.
Has it been more than 4 days? Is all my exhaustion gone?
Yes, it is, thankfully. Your eye, obviously, fairly different. You can describe how that looks as parts of your body have had to regenerate.
Oh yeah. So
Your eye would be different.
naturally, you would have seen that. Well, normally you would have seen that Nishri's both eyes were more of an amber color, but since having that eye ripped out, it is now bit more of like a blue color, like you'd see in like a stormy sky. Almost like lightning cloud, little white streaks in the iris.
Mystery is possessed. Kill him.
He's not of this world. We must stop him.
Well, I've been guarding your room all these 4 days to make sure you recover. You feeling better?
Yeah, feeling much better now.
Good. Because we've got
Who's
very important things to do in little time.
Oh boy.
Everyone else is also okay.
Ah, good. I'm assuming I've been kept up to date as like what's actually been happening.
I mean,
Place.
I'm pretty sure we had
Not
that
much
group
has
meeting
happened.
like in your room.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
There was like that business with the hammer, and I don't think much else happened.
Yeah. Like trying to figure out where the I keep forgetting the name of the ship.
The Elbreth.
What's the name of the ship?
Elbreth.
Elbreth?
Yeah.
Like how the Elbreth is going along.
Like, is that fixed?
It is nearing completion. Obviously, it has been worked on day and night, thankfully, with a crew of Warforged as well as
They don't
Steno.
need to rest. They're the-
By
And,
the tireless horde.
Yeah. It also helps that you see Raxiel, which is disturbing enough sometimes, like as he's just having a conversation, and once he gets like a slight hint of what he's looking for, suddenly just walks into the ground like it's just parting water, and then he just disappears. Comes
I'm
back
done
with
this
like
conversation.
chunks of metal as he keeps coming back with like raw iron and other pieces that would be needed to fully repair the ship.
So we teleport here. By the time we come back, ship should be fixed.
Should be.
Alright, we ready to go?
Leave. Hey. There's my legs.
Yeah, it's been 4 or 5 days.
4 days.
Four.
4, because that's how many you needed to heal.
Nope,
Yes.
it was 5.
All right. Well then 5.
Okay.
Which will let me roll me another d4.
We gotta get scryed on again.
Maybe.
Somebody kill Art December in this world and gank his fucking ring so we can get anti-divination.
He's moving!
I did see that.
There he
I was
goes.
looking that time.
Yeah, seems it too.
So, come on. Apologies. Wisdom saving throw. You feel her eyes.
Oh, good.
Looking for cash. She needs a
Eight.
she needs a loan.
Roll 1. Weak.
Good at wisdom.
Come on.
Hello?
Please roll me a wisdom saving throw.
No.
She's trying to look through your eyes. All right, you push her back out again. She's starting to get really mad.
That was not meant to be whispered. I also should, I believe, have advantage on that. So,
Yes, you should actually. Match.
I will roll again just to, yeah, that was not nearly as good, but flip that 2 and that 1 around, and that was what I rolled the other time.
Hell yeah. You push that out at the same time. Let's see here. Knee Street. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
I was typing some shit. Wisdom save?
Yes.
Don't ever type anything. It's a
All
sign
right.
of weakness.
You feel also that somebody was trying to peer at you from a magical screen.
Fucking cannot. Not me. Not ever.
have to do something. Does anyone have any ability to stop eyes from afar?
There's a spell called that actually does it. I don't know if I have it. It's
There's one that makes a room that can't be scryed upon.
Mind blank
Yeah,
or
four
mind
Mind
Forbidden
blank
symbol.
calls.
Mind blank is level 8, single
Ah.
target.
Oh, alright.
I can cast Mind Blank, but it's kind of a waste.
Yeah. Also, this is gonna keep happening. We need us.
In theory, they would just switch to a different one of us.
What we can do is go kill whoever's doing this. You know.
The telemarketer trying to find where we are so they can advertise to us.
Aren't we
Cold
fairly?
calling, you little fuck.
I'd like
Aren't
to
we
talk to
fairly
you about
sure
your
Junius
life.
is
Extended
one of the
warranty.
people? Isn't Junius one of the people?
You don't
I
know.
thought it was possible that they were trying to look for the hammer by looking through us.
You held up the
Yeah,
hammer
well,
as a mocking kind of situation. Didn't take any real interest, as far as I could tell.
Just to be fair, that would look pretty fake considering what the hammer was doing before we got it.
True.
Non-detection is the spell that we're looking for. It's a
Oh,
third
no?
level abjuration. We
Oh,
do need a pinch
Oh, I
of
can
diamond
actually do
worth
that.
25 GP. So that's, I mean, that's only 25 GP per person.
And how long's the last?
At law 8 hours?
hours.
Yeah,
What?
that's 8 hours.
Okay.
It also
Interesting.
consumes money.
It's only
25
25
GP.
gold. We shouldn't find 25 gold by like, going into a town and like shaking down a bandit. He'll be like,
I'll
"No.
finance everything. No, I'll pay for it. God.
"No, sir, I only have
I'm more-
600,000 gold."
I'm more
Please don't
concerned
rob
about
me."
Relix's spell slots. Because if you gotta cast this
Is
6
it?
times
Oh, is
a
it
day,
not ritual? It's not.
It is not a ritual. It is, you have to cast it each time.
Is that also a single target?
Yes.
Oh god.
It's very expensive.
It's much less than 8th level, but so I mean, if we're going to do anything that has to do with any of those things that we don't want them to see, we need to have that prepared.
Okay,
Can
so
I-
we have
Can I buy 1,000? Can I buy a couple hundred GP worth of diamond dust?
You definitely can. Even though Jordan is a small township, it is still near a port, and you were easily able to catch a few that are transporting some supplies back and forth.
Sick. I'm gonna get 300 GP worth of diamond dust.
I mean, so far, it's only been happening like once a day, right?
Once a day.
Yeah, but in
We don't
case
know
we need
which
to do
person it happens
something,
to.
yeah. If we're ever gonna do something that we need to protect against them seeing, Kivon is just trying to be cautious.
yeah, probably.
We amongst us carry quite the power, the number of mantles, the amount of awakened gods. We can and have shaken and cracked the earth.
And I can actually do that literally now, so yeah.
If our actions are being viewed, it is for a reason. It may seem frivolous, but it may also save us.
And information is half the battle.
There's still some way to know who is actually looking.
Well, previously we were fairly certain it was the Obsidian Queen. At least looking on my mind.
For the rest of us.
Fortunately, you all have quite a few enemies. Quite a few powerful enemies.
trying to imply something.
I think he's implying that it could be a lot of people.
Yes. Yeah. It wasn't really an implication. It was what I was just saying. Could be. There's large sample size. He looks kind of awkward.
A duplex.
I'm not an expert on magic. Is there a way to trace divination back to the source?
Nothing I
What?
really know of.
Could be possible.
Arcana?
Don't know a lot about the science behind magic. Sort of just happens.
Would definitely require an arcana check with theoretical studies. It could be
Hell
done.
yeah.
Roll worse
No.
than you. No, I didn't know.
Oh!
Hell yeah.
For once.
Relax. Good shit.
Elaine, you're fairly confident it could be done. Spells have been crafted that way. Relax, you know it has been done. Has been done. Drothwiczoth have had to do such things before when the people have tried to squeeze their way into their mind or try to peer to where the hive is in the astral sea, trying to prevent basically anyone from really entering into that domain. Such a things would require either a very intense ritual or kind of a reverse divination and questions, almost like I wouldn't say augury, but even like commune could possibly answer that.
Basically, we have to, we either have to perform an intense ritual or go and ask a god to riddle us the answer.
Great.
I will explain that. But for right now, it might be worth shrouding us in secrecy, at least for this part.
I don't want to ask you to spend so many spells.
Secrecy is probably worth it.
Does anyone else know the spell? Is it possible to share the load?
It's more of an arcane thing. Ministry at work of the divine.
If nothing else, I can cover the material costs.
The Arsal suit.
Yes, I'm also in Citifind.
Yep.
Communing with like a god is something more within my skill set, so
Is that something we should try first?
it is not necessarily a spell I would prepare under regular circumstances, so it would have to wait at least a day.
Perhaps something to figure out as we're on our way to the Shen King? After they're dealt with? Next episode, as it were?
Yeah.
Go, go!
Surely nothing we do today will give them too much information. Haha.
Surely.
Surely not.
Surely.
Well, hopefully the end result is they know that we know what they're trying to do, but not exactly why.
Right.
They shouldn't be able to see inside the mansion at that conversation, so we should still, in theory, have an advantage.
At least in
Then
here.
Then striking while the iron is hot. Yes?
Yeah, let's go to that desert.
Alright.
Let me just explain our goals in meeting the Shun King?
But do you want me to explain it again?
Sort of. We want him to just not die so that he can move the moon eventually.
Well, that, and I was hoping to essentially send him on his way to go, you know,
hang out with the
be safe
Warlord.
near the Warm Lord, at least for right now. Yeah. Because I feel like being near him is the absolute safest place you could be. Short of, you know, not on this plane at all.
Alright.
And and ultimately, if we can't convince him of that, we can at least try to get him to help us and alert him to the potential danger he's going to be facing soon. So, either one.
So where will you go?
The desert, well, assuming Elaine's going to teleport us there. Also, we should probably go tell, you know, the ship crew that we're going to be back in like a day, because we're all going over there.
Please.
Hopefully it doesn't take longer than a day.
Actually, we should probably ask them if they feel like they've been scryed.
I doubt it. They're a recent addition.
Well, they might have seen them by looking at us.
Ooh.
It might also be the other way around. He's somebody that's been regularly keeping tabs on them is now looking at us.
Yeah, maybe it's some angry wizard that invested in the Axial Bank. That's his point.
The iridescent thing.
Yeah.
They aren't making any money right now. What are these mercenaries doing?
What are we paying them for?
Where's all my investments?
I'm calling the Better Business Bureau. Do you think wizards do like Skype calls where like they both scry on each other?
For sure.
Because in theory that would let you, you know, kind of have a conversation with each other.
It takes an hour. Jeez.
Yeah.
Unless you want me to gamble.
You could gamble.
Then we
No.
could miss.
No, I don't.
No. No.
Well, you know, to be fair, there isn't really too much potential to miss other than, you know, ending up down here, the other desert.
No.
Yeah,
No,
you could call
please.
that a desert.
Let's not go back to my home.
Yeah, go
I
back.
would really want to do everything that we could do to
Yeah.
not do that
I guess
possibly.
this is also kind of a desert. We could also end up here.
Yeah.
It's funny that you think missing doesn't involve leaving this dimension.
Oh, your
I don't know how the
your thing is different than.
the
I thought you were just gonna try to teleport instead of using your thing.
Well, I've never been there before, so
Mm.
I am going to channel for an hour to make sure I do not miss this this point here.
Brannigan will stay behind to make sure that the ship is safe.
I mean, he'll be here soon, apparently.
Alright,
Yeah, another
we'll see.
hour, I think.
They're thermoretically.
He could be dropped in magically.
Yeah, I reckon.
Delayed
Teleport
teleportation
to us.
circle.
Delayed airdrop. Brannigan, face first.
19d6.
Straight to the nuts. Landed on a rock.
Oh, somebody dies.
Alrighty. So, finish out the hour. Teleporting to the Zrossen Desert. Slap you in the middle.
I will meditate while we teleport.
Just right in the center, not like a point of interest.
So, fun fact to that. You arrive. You all see sand for a moment.
Yeah.
Sick.
So,
This is terrible.
What is this?
oh,
What is
hold on.
this?
I need to double.
Oh, this is the map we used for the pump wagon.
Yeah. Listen, it's a desert.
Oh my god.
I need to check the damage on this.
Damn.
Wait, no. What?
Because you're shunting into an old bloodstone that is not uncovered.
Yeah. Sands shift, dudes.
Ow.
I need all of you to make me a Constitution saving throw, DC 18.
Ow. Okay.
We'll go together, so I assume we
least
all
I'm-
have the paladin aura.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you have to group up around me right before the spell ends, so...
Wait, what? Why is it just automatically rolling with advantage? I have toggle advantage on.
Now the
What?
Roll20 sheets have been funky this week.
Funkalicious.
I'm just gonna roll a couple times to try to fix it. Okay, I fixed it. Okay.
Alright,
Good job.
those who got below an 18 are going to take half this damage.
I love pain.
Those who got below are gonna take half the damage?
No, correction. I'm stumbling my words today. It's good.
Reverse save if you roll poorly. Just like
Well, that's that would be the fucked up. It's like if you make this, you take this half this damage. If you failed it, you take it and die. No. This
This is also poison damage, right?
Yeah.
Alright, it is force.
Oh, ow.
Ow?
That's actually offensive.
Alrighty.
How have you done this to our buddies?
So those who failed take the 103 force. As you land at the location, you see it, but then you realize the sand that sweep in is what you're trying to form in. And even though it's unceremonial, you all burst from the sand like you've been buried, feeling all of this grate over your body.
Oh, dude, we just got light speed sandpapered.
Mm-hmm.
Ow, fuck my eye.
My eyes!
Got that.
Just
Ow,
grew
my
it
other-
back!
Mouthful of sand. Oh, Rylak's entire body full of sand.
Yeah.
You're a goo.
Now I'm made out of sand.
Does it just like stick to you?
Regular old sand.
51 damage, but then he'll go back to full anyway.
It's just like perfectly settled over me now.
Imagine like 2 levels ago that would have killed me.
You know what? No, I'll stick to what I was saying. Granted, it'll be airdropped in later. Alright. So, you've arrived at the desert. Realizing that the golden sands before you have buried whatever kingdom was long ago here. That brief vision that you'd had of the stones themselves was an overlaying image. Ones that you've traveled through the network before being forcefully ruptured to the surface of these arid wastes. Realizing the location you're currently at, probably far underneath these sands, are more buildings that no one has seen in probably hundreds of years.
How is everyone accounted for?
I cough up a bunch of sand.
I think
take,
I have
like, a
sand
dog
in my
and it
entire
falls out
body.
in between.
Alex, you've got sand in your sand.
Yes.
That wasn't
It's-
supposed to
it's
happen.
probably worse.
Well, the last one I went to was also underground, but I guess not as deep underground, and therefore it didn't hurt.
Interesting.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a survival. Try and estimate how far down you were for that teleportation.
Can I maybe do Arcana instead?
I'd allow it.
As a spell.
So 52 is half.
Oh,
Sorry, 51.
Yes.
Yes, it would be 51. With that, Eastry, you think it's probably 80 feet? Elaine, for how long that was, you realize there was actually 120 feet of sand burying you alive for a moment.
Pretty deep.
wow. Yeah, that's a lot of sand. I think it's about 100, just over 100 feet down.
Shit. That was good.
Is,
Alright.
is that where we have to go?
Maybe not exactly. His vault
We don't
was
really
near
get-
the... Yeah. His vault was near towards this teleportation point, but maybe not exactly.
I'm gonna look around at the horizon. Any landmarks?
Can I kick my boots of flying and I'll fly 150 feet up in the air?
Yes, you can.
Make perception?
Yep, roll me perception advantage. Cromsteel, go ahead and roll me a survival. Just trying to pick out as best as you can versus the heat against what is mirage and actual
Not see
landmark.
shit. Never been in a desert before.
Yeah,
Fuck me, I guess.
it's hard, especially with the illusions from the heat waving over the sand in the desert itself. You wouldn't think it would be that hot here specifically, but it feels like these lands are cursed. Like, the raw intensity is already starting to get to you from the damage alone between getting forcefully shunted up. Even walking around, if you were to touch your bare skin to these sands, feels like it would probably hurt you.
Yeah, wasn't the history of this desert that it sort of just became a desert, like suddenly?
Especially growing up and you having to know, especially for sore subjects that Zrossen had suffered. Zrossen is the only surviving actual kingdom from the Golden Belt. The other township of scholars that Zaka is the ones that were built after that started working peacefully with the orcs as they were already weakened. Anything that has been attemptedly worked on here, druid or arcane wise, even divine, has been rejected. Buildings collapse, get swallowed by sand. Whole areas that have been turned green turn brown overnight and burn. This entire desert has been marked as a heinous territory to even try to defend against, as some of the things that come from the desert. Many have tried to blame on Xymon, but others still try and point that maybe the bloodline that has survived at Zrossen is still to blame, that these creatures roam here, refusing to relent this land as punishment.
You could say the land has been shunned.
Well,
As if it shuns life itself from ever setting foot here.
Cool.
I'll wait for Kavan to land and see if he noticed literally anything.
I just kind of land and shake my head. I pass on the fact that it like seemed to almost resist me looking at it. It was weird. This place has a mood. That mood is sour.
Well,
Is there any chance I can sense? I don't know if this is something that I can do. Is there any chance I can like sort of sense like Sylvanus's presence anywhere in anywhere near this desert?
Roll me a religion.
Religion.
Yes.
Wow, I'm really on those 15s right now.
Like,
Literally.
Big 15 gang.
You actually do. It's very faint. There's still some natural denizens here. You do sense large creatures out in the distance. One that you do sense as you're kind of looking around, almost kind of guides you to it. Forgive just the name, but as you go over towards it, you see what looks like a small armadillo come out from underneath the sands and then start scampering away as you spooked it out of its little hidey hole.
Oh, sorry, little guy. Sorry, little guy.
But it shows that there still is life here, even if the desert tries to reject it.
So you're saying life finds a way.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then it starts burrowing under the hot sands to find a nice, cool hidey hole.
And
Yeah,
eat
right.
our feet.
But it's easy to assume if you don't see it on the surface, it's probably underneath.
Well, that's a
Time for dig.
it's a mildly
There's gonna be a
horrifying
lot of digging considering the closest empty space was all the way up. So if there's some sort of buried town, then
Oh,
it's also probably full of sand completely.
I see.
How good are we at magically locating temples? Is that
Oh.
a thing?
We have like the exact location on the map, right?
Yes, you do. You know, it is northwest from where you had just dropped.
Yeah.
We can at least head in that direction first.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me. Well, actually,
I will assist with navigation because I can fly. But
yeah, roll me a survival at advantage. The DC is 18 again, as it, like I said, it feels like this desert is actively fighting you.
does anybody have proficiency in survival? I only have a +4.
Absolutely not.
Maybe Nistri?
Oh boy.
Nishu, could you roll with advantage with my assistance?
I sure can.
Come on, 15.
Come on, baby, yeah!
So, even with the eeriness of this location, you start finding your way, even with the mirages, and you definitely see the sun, what you assume is the correct location, and then two suns, but realize that the heat waves are
What the fuck?
causing almost reflections and illusions in itself in the sky. But thankfully, Nisri, you're able to pick out the correct direction and knowing full well that the sun shouldn't be in the south, especially for the fact that it's there for a moment and continues to arc over. But as you are making good headway in this direction, unfortunately, being on foot, I need, unless you have some form of fire resistance or the other, Constitution saving throw as you are walking in open, hot desert.
I have fire resistance, but also we do have a flying carpet.
Would you be using?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that we use that. I was just looking. I was like, oh yeah, we have a flying carpet, don't we?
I don't think you can carry everyone.
That's right. Paladins with their flying steeds.
Oh,
Yeah,
true.
that is true.
Would
Oh,
we
yeah.
have brought them?
It'd take a moment
10
to
minutes.
set.
And
I
if
have
so, they would have exploded.
You can just resummon it though, can't you?
Yeah.
I don't have that spell prepared.
There is
Oh.
probably a limit to the amount of people I can teleport with this ability.
I will spend 10 minutes if we have the time to summon my boy.
You do.
If they're gonna spend 10 minutes doing that, I almost died. Can I sit on the flying carpet, like, and just drink some catnap tea?
Nice.
I've
Yes.
had this for so long.
Yes, you
I'll
can.
also I'll also use my Wyvern tack to summon Voxgen into existence. He'll just appear from wherever he was.
Just looking a little bit confused.
Do you want me to
So,
still do a con, even though, like, because I'm spending that 10 minutes here?
With that, no. Spending 10 minutes here would not be enough. If you were going to be walking over an hour, we would be having to make con saves.
Alright.
We fly with the wind in our faces.
Let there be fits!
Alright, I drug myself and fall asleep on the flying carpet.
Great.
Nice. I mean, depending
yourself.
how far we have to fly, would flying be considered a restful activity?
No, because you have to actively stay on, and you're also currently looking for the said location, or a sign of said location.
Good, sure.
The flying carpet can carry maximum. This one can carry a maximum of 400 pounds.
Is that with the slowdown? Because it just goes at half speed if you go over, right?
Yeah, so that would be 800 pounds then,
Mm-hmm.
which would be just our normal walking speed. So, like, it would just be 30 feet.
I can take somebody else with me on Vokjin.
We do the same with fits.
Mm-hmm. You do have options, but also, Elaine, you could definitely roll hit dice with the catnap tea.
Finally used it. I have 4 more of these.
I still have a single dose of it in my bag. I've never used it.
My god.
I was going to use it to poison people, because it's a no save you are asleep now.
Yes.
Oh.
Is the desert considered rough for terrain? Basically along bed, which is also why the con saves in the heat, but yes, it would be harder and slower traveling over a desert. But with that, people are gearing up. Fitz is called in, Voxin is called in. Everyone starts getting onto the magic carpet as well.
Who's on the carpet?
Me, asleep. Probably
Right.
with Rylax.
I guess I'll drive
hiding.
it. I think Crumps was probably the heaviest person here, but even then, I think even if Lois and Crumps still got on the carpet, I think it would still be fine.
I can.
Like, it's got a minimum weight limit of 400.
I myself am about 400.
Oh,
Big boy.
Yeah,
Could ride with me.
yeah, I think I might take the Wyvern. If he can hold that much.
Yes.
Sure.
Strong boy.
Big
His
boy.
carry capacity is in the multiples of thousands.
Great.
Holy shit.
what's his
He has
strength?
he has almost 20 strength.
Well, it's multiplied by
Joe.
2 for being a bigger size class, so...
Large
That's right.
boy.
I guess, yeah, that's like a Montgomery's carry weight, where you can
Yeah.
carry, like, what is it, 400 pounds without any issue.
I had a cleric in one of my games that did something like that. He lifted one of the cars in Avernus over a river of lava. It was like, it was crazy. It was awesome.
Yeah, the GIF are cool. Like, at 20 strength, you can lift 1,000 pounds over your head.
Ugh. Hell yes.
Alrighty. So, with that, easily enough, you start flying out in the northwestern direction. Keeping eyes out for any landmarks in the distance that you could try and spot. Much of the desert is reflecting up at you, heat almost permeating from the floor up, trying to violently reach you and push you away. Thankfully, being this far up with the wind, it has definitely cooled off significantly, and you're not being slowly cooked on the golden bar. There's a point as you do pass by, you start to see what looks like large stones, some that look like old weathered building tops, ones that have crumbled, nothing significant to a temple, but maybe old watchtowers that had been broken in half or crushed down. You see what also looks to be equivalent to some large creature. Long pointed ribs that hang from the desert dune tops themselves, as if the sand had washed over and beached a whale-sized creature somewhere in the dunes and left it to rot and then be bleached by the sun.
It's the skeleton. It was foretold.
Geek skill.
Obviously, all these locations could stop and take a look, but you do have your intended mark.
Is Kivan still looking fucked up?
I
I
drank
can't
three
see your
of my.
health bar.
I drank 3 potions. I'm doing okay. I also saved and have a fuck ton of HP.
Okay.
I'm doing alright. That didn't even get me to half, so.
Ah, I see.
Or
Yeah, I'm good. And I drank a couple greater healing potions, so, and I can make those.
as you continue to proceed beyond these golden horizons, you start to take note. Some areas it looked like the dunes had been washed in over a city, thoroughfares that might have existed, roadways, and start to see the pattern of old city designs. Basins, farms that the dunes dip in further, and the shapes are too direct to be coincidence. You just be, as you get another few hours out northwest, something large moving in the distance.
How large is it?
Go ahead and roll a perception at this distance. You do see it. The mirages are not hiding it. It looks about 600.
There we go.
Looks about 600 feet out, as far as you could tell. These things look to be 32, 35 feet tall, walking, bipedal, in a regimented line.
Many.
Some kind of giant?
For your estimation, Kevon,
Fire giants?
it's hard to tell. They are armored. There's six behind one that's walking the main charge. They look skinny, as what looks like old cloaks and very dusty and sun-bleached. Well,
Their armor looks like shitty and stuff. Can I roll? Can I roll for undead?
Oh, true.
Giant
go ahead.
skeletons.
Roll me an Arcana.
I can know
Hmm.
divine sense once
What
we get
about
within 60 feet.
what about medicine?
Yeah, I would allow medicine. That's Yeah.
Another 25.
definitely far too skinny at some tapering points in the armor where you see the weathered clothing and rags hanging from. It looks like a regiment of storm giant skeletons walking around in armor.
That's horrifying. I will immediately pass that knowledge to Cromsteel, and then
What now?
we'll
Well, I was
slide
sort of right.
it over to the carpet and let them know. Does Fitz fly?
Yes.
You do have the
Then
medallion.
we'll-
You can just press that. You don't have to do a flyby if you don't want to. It is cooler though.
I don't have the opportunity to do a flyby, so
Oh,
it also gives me the opportunity to. Jesus
is
Christ,
cool.
those are terrifying. To kind of get everybody to stop, so we don't get any closer to them while we're circling.
Especially for some of the history, Elaine, you would have advantage to try and remember some more history. Anyone else, except for Crumb, sadly, can try and make a history check about the Golden Bar.
I won't. I'll just say that the fact that they're undead and are in formal lines is strange.
Alright.
As
So,
if they're still under control.
Undead aren't usually that smart.
Mhm.
I would expect them to be wandering in a loose group.
Elaine and Nisri, unfortunately, come on, you know more about the Obsidian Queen and where she came from than this far north.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not worldly.
Elaine, Nisri, you know that there's been undead here. They're fairly large and sizable. Even this size seems rather absurd, and this many. As you know that things have been cursed here, unlife doesn't seem to really permeate through the gold bar, so it's questionable why they're here. For Relax and Leoris, you know from old lore that you've managed to catch either from Drothenshoth or the Dark Maidens, that this used to be one of the largest giant cities in existence.
Oh,
As to what occurred to have this collapse happen, you're not sure. Some speculate that it was a retaliation of magic, maybe something that got pushed too far. Some argue that it was the ones who refused to, extricate through the portal that they were offered and had been sent into the ground forcefully, their civilization never to be remembered and buried forever. Though, either way, divine or powerful caster who refuted them sent this empire into utter desolation, besmirching their entire history and trying to erase them permanently. The fact that some of these are still walking around is terrifying, as that means something survived.
Oh dear.
The only other piece that you know full well from their history is that this city was probably the most savage and ill-reported with diplomacy and demanded tribute quite often. Also know...
Giant City is where we're looking for the shunned king, is it?
Yes. It's also known full well that the reason why it's called the Golden Bar is that all their treasures have been buried far beneath the sands. So, especially with that inkling, you feel you're close.
Oh boy.
Probably too sandy and windy to see if they have left like an obvious path that they took.
You could try, but it will be a very hard check. They are large enough to mark the dunes, but the sands do sweep over this area quite regularly.
And we are high up.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion. They may not be here, randomly. Perhaps they are patrolling, guarding something. Shall we watch them for a bit?
They may head back to where they came from.
Well, it's not like we have anything better to do.
Well, it just seems like a better idea than traveling the desert and looking for something we may not ever find.
What do we consider a safe distance with these things?
Maximum distance we can still see them.
That could be a range between 300 and even 600. It's easy to spot where they've been going. They're hard to miss.
1,000 is a good round number.
1,000's a good round number, but 600 because the mirage heat starts to make them shimmer away.
Well, shit. I hope they don't have anything that's 600-foot range. Lance.
Great bow.
Jesus.
Whips out the Tomb King's great bow. Magical
One
bow.
of those giant archers from Dark Souls. Just
Yeah, I was just gonna
One
say.
shots your dragon.
Hawkeye Goth rounds your corner.
Just the what is it? The giants from Game of Thrones.
They ain't that Germany.
Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Game of Thrones.
A whole bunch of big bows.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'll say to Consteel. You might be waiting for a long time. Like, if you have an undead patrol, the benefit to that is that they never have to come back to switch shifts.
I get that, yeah. But again, we're looking for something that is most likely buried. I was thinking maybe they would walk loose circles around some area.
And then we assume that is probably the area where we should dig?
Yeah. Just a thought.
Makes sense.
So, following them as they seem to patrol intently, not breaking. Watching from 600 feet out, you do start to realize that even though they carry weapons of significant size, they do not carry any ranged weapons. There are no bows to speak of or anything. Even if they were to grab a brick, that would probably be the most threatening thing you could assume that they would try to do.
I wouldn't be surprised if they could shoot lightning at will.
I mean, look at them.
I've
They
seen
look
the electrics.
terrifying.
Being, storm giants and all.
They see the
Yeah, that is
live
true. They could.
and
If
They
I-
could
if
kill
I-
storm
yeah,
giants
you
and just run on the air towards us.
If I knew anything about storm giants, I would assume they could still do that.
you do. I've told you about them many times.
Alright. So, as they do continue their patrol, you keeping a distance, feels like it's an hour before you see another patrol making its way towards this patrol.
What?
You see another regiment of 6 led by one in the front. And they eventually pass by this one, almost making, as you predicted, a circle.
Hmm.
And continue to curve
Okay,
around,
so-
following the second set, and continue what seems to be
So,
an
like,
old path.
One group is going like that, and one group is going like that.
Clockwise, counterclockwise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There may be more than 2 groups as well.
Yeah, there could be like more on either side doing. It's like 4 groups.
Centric ring.
Which means we probably need to go here.
Are they walking in a straight line, or can we tell that they're sort of doing a circle?
From the looks of it, it looks to be a circle.
Okay.
Because there is a
Can we
curve looking back at the path, especially for 600 feet out, there's a curve.
Could we judge how far, like, the radius is? Not the radius, like
The area that they're
Okay.
patrolling.
Circumference.
the
Like
distance between here to here.
Like to
Try and
take
figure
the
out the
angle
middle.
of their path divided by pi.
Go ahead
We need
and
to find the center of the circle.
go ahead and roll me a survival check to try and estimate what would be the center.
Go on, Easter.
Alrighty. Nistri, you especially being fairly familiar with layouts like this, Crushbon and your mother teaching you a little bit on, patrol patterns, especially watching the camp if you're traveling. You're fairly confident that this is the direction you go for a way you've been following them, and feel like the mark would be more northern, a little northwest.
Alright, I will relay that.
Okay.
Basically pointing to using the fantastic little messagey thing we have. Just be like, I think it's over there, and like make a very obvious pointing.
That way.
That way.
Oh,
Alright. Start heading immediately in that direction. Feels like about an hour travel before you see a strange sight. Looks like a wave of creatures that are swimming away from that center that you're pointed at.
swimming through the sand.
Yes.
Oh,
They seem to be almost bobbing in and out of the sand, full diving, full lengthy bodies that seem to be a mix of deep burnished yellow and dark brown, almost like gravelly rocks. But as they do pass under you, as they cannot reach your height as you fly over, you would take note that
well, Nistre's on an elk, right?
flying,
Flying elk.
Oh yeah, flying elk, right?
one of these,
Got wings.
Thank God.
Oh god.
as it
Sand
seems to,
dragons.
it seems to be swimming through, well, sand drakes,
Ah,
as they seem to be diving in and out of the sandy desert itself, almost like it was water. But especially for what you know, drakes like this usually would be territorial. Why are they fleeing?
yeah.
Bigger
Try-
fish.
try and Look ahead for bigger fish. Childhood.
Perception.
So, with that, go ahead and give me a perception for those who are trying to find bigger fish.
Find Vokjin. He's scary.
Show me the bigger fish.
Show me feet. Wait.
No,
Wow,
no, no.
all of us with the
What?
really good perception rolls didn't roll particularly good.
Oh, really?
We've all got our thumbs up each other's asses. It's okay.
Here, let me make you guys feel better.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
thanks
That
for all
does
that.
make me feel better.
I do feel good now.
Wait, why is it? Oh. Oh, you actually rolled a 2.
Alrighty. So, cresting from the mirages. Thankfully, a 14 still makes it. Perception is 0, you ain't seeing shit.
Really bright out.
Sand in your eyes.
You do see what looks like a trio of some kind of amalgamation of bone that has been formed together, held by some form of necromancy. Bodies that have been mashed together by whatever parts could be found in the desert. They seem to have some strange etchings in most of the ribs that have been jammed into the vocal cords, or what would be vocal cords, and an eerie luminous light that seems to pulsate from some of the stones that have been adorned onto these pieces. They do walk on 2 legs, a full bipedal skeleton, though the strange accompaniment definitely gives them a more arcane haunt to them. They seem to be looking for life.
Are they like scrapped together and have like runes and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Actually, somebody here, I believe somebody speaks giant.
Yes.
From steel, I'm assuming.
Ironically, of all people, then, Cromsteel, you would realize that these are giant runes.
Okay. operation of the giants and are working with the storm giant patrols.
Excellent.
If I could get
Murder?
closer, I could read them. Perhaps that would tell us more.
I can take us in with Vakjin. He's pretty
Are we-
quick. 80
Are we
feet.
prepared to fight these, though?
I am.
I'd pop in with my headset. They're most likely just magical runes. Not sure they would teach you anything.
We
They
don't.
do appear to be looking around for what they are, for what version of looking they do.
I feel like we will probably encounter a lot of things with runes on them. I don't think we should seek them out.
And we continue.
Are these things stationary or also patrolling?
They're patrolling. It looks like they're trying to follow the trail of the drakes that just went by, fleeing in terror. It's easy to assume that maybe they're trying to collect them. From the faces alone, it looks like some of the sandrakes have been skeletalized or flesh ripped off and used into these body parts.
Good. Yeah, let's go past them.
Onwards.
Alright.
Zooming on by.
Press on, leaving these skeletal monstrosities behind, as some do look in your direction, but you are too far up to reach. Almost like they smell the living.
Oh no, that's us.
Oh no.
Looking for an ancient giant necromancer.
Yeah.
Give me... Right back.
Possible he could be the protector of the Shun King's vault.
It's starting to look like that, yes. We're still in the right direction, right? According to our map.
Pretty sure.
Let's see. There's sand over there.
Yeah.
And we're seeing sand.
Yeah, but
It's
like,
hard
we're
to
still,
tell when our only like
are we still going
solid location is
northwest?
when we teleport. I think
I think it's more of a
that's
question to
what
ask
said.
the sun in the sky than the map.
Which sun, though?
Mystery points. That one.
Your
That's
son
Keenma and
Trust
Kisle's North.
to family. Excuse me, strange and horrifying temple. Ooh woo. We're choosing not to grind on all your monsters.
I will jump off this wyvern. Stop that.
Escape while you can.
That is not in character. To be 1,000,000% clear.
No, I choose to believe that.
Sounds very in character for
Character.
Kubo.
Yeah, it's
Ooh.
one thing.
It's a Kavan thing.
Just Kavan things, you know.
It's a
Hashtag.
regional dialect from down south.
Yeah, definitely.
Just so cool.
I can understand why you wanted to leave.
That's regular conversation
wanted
that
to.
happens all the time, especially between the gnolls. It's horrifying.
Hey yo! They all have a.
Skyrim NPCs. And
Yeah.
Oblivion NPCs like, good day to you. Whooshy, you swear.
Mushy mushy.
God, I know he's the Shun King, but it's like he could put like a fucking sign or something.
There
Shit.
probably was like 1,000 years ago.
Ugh. Who's in charge of upkeep?
Alright.
I think all the undead things that we're passing.
They're really bad.
Yeah, just
You know,
attach a brush to the front of them, and they'll very slowly push away all the sand.
or something, you know? eyedropper, well, moving the water from one to the other. Get on down, they'll do it.
All right. Proceeding close. There's a part where you see the mirage start to fade. Sands seemingly cease moving. And you start to realize that the area you've been flying over isn't making noise anymore.
What's that mean?
More wind?
As you are trying to take in what's going on, especially for the fact that even mentioning and thinking about that there should be wind as you're flying, there's nothing. It's vacuous. Almost like sound isn't allowed to be here.
What's it mean?
That would suck for a magician. Magician? Musician. Cannot speak.
Both.
There's a point as you continue forward. You feel sorrow. Like a sickness that's infecting you. Slowly starts feeding over, becoming the only thing in the front of your mind. As you are getting closer to this feeling, I need all of you to make charisma saving throws. And yes, this is a charm.
I do not prevent charms anymore.
We also
Get
get
advantage
+5.
against charm.
Do we?
No, I do.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Because
We do.
my
yeah.
ancestry.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
I got a
Jesus
plus.
Christ.
Pathetic.
I have a +6. Damn
Oh
it.
my god.
16 is what I have.
Wrong.
+18.
I have the +2 good luck stone.
It's true.
Yeah. The thing is fat.
Too nice. Plus, you've got that boon from the Warm Lord as well.
Yes, we all do.
Nice.
Should get my fucking adamantine ring upgraded.
As you are proceeding, thankfully for staving off this sorrow, the need washed over you for a moment, but you managed to hold it back. Like you should sit down and let the sands wash over you. You push forward.
Damn it, Rosie.
The sky turns black. There are no stars.
What the fuck?
There's no clouds.
That's not right.
The golden sands are now salt white. The rocks, salt white. Shadows are still there. There is no sun, but somehow there is still light. This doesn't make sense.
All the colors go?
It's like staring at a photo negative. All the color is gone. In the distance, see a 40-foot horned figure towering, the only color set back in this area from yourselves. As you come within sight, turns to face you. No face at all underneath the hood. The horns disappearing. This 40-foot monolith
Oh.
of a man.
Oh, it's your boy. We found him.
Immediately turns, and you feel that emotion of sadness wash to anger.
Blue diamond.
Is it a safe word?
Why are you in my kingdom?
Lance is a good charisma people.
Yeah, that's why I'm not talking yet. So I'm hoping that somebody who, you know, is
All right.
slightly more persuasive is
It was always me, so I was giving someone else a chance, but I guess I'll do it.
Oh, fuck.
Always you. Oh, cool. Please don't drop it right now. That would be inconvenient.
In right now. What I missed? What's happening? How
Alright.
can I inconvenience the situation more?
Talking
Alright,
to the shunned king.
running in suddenly there. Magical bullshit.
Hello, shunned king. I'm gonna shun you. How do you feel?
No.
He's 40 feet tall. Leave him alone.
Shunned.
I will speak up. Sorry, just to double check. We're here to get his help.
We're here
With
to
you.
like, yeah.
Officially, the main thing we want him to do is to go hang out with the Warm Lord until we get everybody together so we can force a solstice to happen.
We're warning
But,
him that he's in danger of being hunted and should
Right,
go
cool.
hang out with
But-
his dad.
I don't
Secondary.
recall that as a thing, so I should not say it actually.
All right.
I mean, I explained this to you very specifically.
No,
Yeah,
it's
but
all
I
right.
would want to
everybody.
RP this, and I'm not going to be able to.
Elaine will
Okay.
speak up. We are here to attempt to help you. We are the ones who freed you from your vault. Wanted to warn you that there's a high possibility you'll be targeted by a very powerful being.
I'm always targeted by powerful beings. I don't need help. I need to rebuild.
Maybe tell him this time is different. With the amulet.
As you're kind of trying to whisper that, you see what looks like another almost photo-negative eye open behind you, Kavan.
Oh,
What I meant to say was, this time may be different. This is a force that is intent on claiming mantles.
One that has already claimed 2 of your kin.
We are trying to stand against them.
Trying to stand against them, and I smell kin's blood on you.
this.
Yes.
Which one?
And Bella.
We're dead.
And Bella was serving this being that opposes you. So we put her down. We are on the side of the Warmlord. This guy doesn't have a face, right? I sort of wanted to see his reaction to that, but then I realized...
Yeah, it's voidal. Like, it's staring into the abyss by definition. It is eating light. The only semblance of an eye that you had seen so far is the one that looked at Kavan eerily close out of nowhere. That had no signaling.
Still there.
It's still there.
Cool. I'm eyeing it nervously.
Roll me a wisdom save.
Jin probably shied away. Me?
Oh.
Yeah, roll me a wisdom save.
Is this magic?
It definitely is. All right. You don't get a madness from staring into the void of an angry god.
Hey,
Oh,
stop
I
that.
look away.
Stop
I
that.
look away. I make sure Jin looks away.
I have no love. The man who destroyed my children now seeks to send aid with insects.
In truth, it was not his decision that led us here. We just wanted to assess whether you were capable of defending yourself against the enemy.
Then
Whereas
let's
the enemy-
assess.
I feel like you've said that very wrong.
And then he raises both of his sleeves. You see small sigils start as in this opening.
Evasive
You gotta
action.
say, assess
action.
this.
His response was let's assess as he raised both his sleeves. I need everyone to make
Evasive action.
Constitution saving throws as he casts Cone of Cremation.
It's not a real spell.
It is a god spell.
Well, that's great.
It's a DC 22.
I was gonna say
Whoa.
something. You may not be close to a paladin right now.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not exactly set up as we are on the mini-map, right?
Yeah,
I
She's by himself.
specifically-
I'm with Kavan. The rest of
I
you do not
specific-
have anything.
Yeah.
I specifically mentioned that I did group us all up together initially when we. Oh no, but then we flew a fucking fuck ton after that. Never mind, yeah.
I'm just gonna use my inspiration on that real quick. Just
I was gonna say, if
didn't have it, but-
if we could see him starting to do this, can I summon the Thorns of Zion around the group?
It was extra good. I like it.
High or low for favor results?
22.
I'll take low because we know how I am.
Roll it.
Don't do that.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, anyone who failed can re-roll.
Solid, this is.
As I just stomp my foot down and thorns, a viney thorn wall just surrounds us.
What did I get? I got a 21.
suppose I'd like to do something as an
They didn't
action,
make
but
my roll much better.
I mean, that is still an action, so... I mean, hey, if I was near a paladin, I would have succeeded.
You should try it. It's nice.
You're near Nice Tree.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, okay, good. Then I might not die instantly from this.
Yes.
Because apparently we all grouped together.
I was gonna say,
This is
doesn't
also
Nice
gonna
Tree's
be poison
thing?
damage,
In the
so-
air?
Doesn't Nistre's thing give you automatic like damage resistance to spells?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh yeah.
So now you
That's
take normal
really cool.
damage.
I'm gonna take half of that. How nice. I'm sure I'll only die most of the way. Let's drink his
This-
boo.
This
Get the hacks.
first part,
Cool.
that's very low.
Wow.
Oh wow, yeah.
And
Not a single
Oh.
roll above 5.
Damn. I mean,
and then
No.
the second part. So the first one is fire, because that's why I purposely broke it up.
I
Off
do
damage
not
on
wish to
save.
be that guy, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to be that guy. We are all riding on very fragile things.
This is true.
Oh shit, yeah, how much health does a flying carpet have?
And that part is necrotic.
Save half damage?
Jim
Half
gets
damage.
+5 on this con save.
Half damage. So the total would be 67. But that's a
Yeah,
half. If it would
33
be
now.
33 damage if you saved.
How are wyverns not resistant to fire damage? This is horseshit.
Is that more poison than anything?
Yes.
Okay, 11 and 22, 33.
Oh, I don't like that. That turn order just came up. I don't like that.
He really did just say assess this.
oh no.
You said to him, I want to see how good you fight. And he was like, alright, let's do it then.
Can you
No,
put?
I meant more like we were just here to see if you were so weak that the bad guys were going to kill you. You know.
Can
That
you
in
put
itself
Fox
is
in
and
the
then
fine
he says-
Pokemon?
Yeah, let me show you
took
how
that-
not weak I am.
Yeah,
How
he
did you
took that
think it was
personally.
gonna go?
You
I
know
was
what?
just telling him the truth, my guy.
You know what?
Arrogant god.
Lane just be like, "Yo, we don't want to fight," and he just like rolls up his sleeves, goes into that boxer stance, and goes, "Wouldn't want to fight me neither."
Josh, could you send Vokjin to the back of the map so I can be on top? That's my
Gladly.
token.
You like to be on top?
Oh wait,
Yes.
hang on.
Of
Oh,
my
wow.
mount, yes.
You thingy, that gives him another. Yeah. Oh, that's worse.
Nice.
Nice.
Give him another
Well,
thing. Oh no. You got
This
another.
man is dead. Because he has
Good
59
man.
health points.
Has it been a day, like a
Been
day
like
or
4
something?
days.
It's been like 4 days.
Also, we're level 15 now, if you didn't know.
What the fuck? Okay, I need to level up.
Level 15 could be very important.
I mean, I have 1 extra hit dice. Let's see what I get. I need to roll. I need to roll my d10. Hiya. Yeah, sure.
I don't want to touch the sand.
Come on, touch the
I
sand.
feel like it's stinky.
Touch the sand.
I'm getting Hades vibes.
Don't.
Like, not like Hades the game, but like Hades from Forgotten Realms.
Touch the sand.
Where all the hags live. The longer you stay there, the more depressed you become.
Well, you did feel the need to touch the sand and let it envelop you.
Oh, good.
Yes.
That's a bad touch.
Got
Hate that.
sus.
What if we just leave?
What if we clap his cheeks and he goes, "Wait, wait, 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 wait"?
I mean, we're gonna have to give it a red hot go. That is what's happening now.
I don't think we can get away from this guy regardless.
I don't
Maybe
know,
you
man.
guys can't.
More than 60 feet away, you could just teleport out.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean,
now because
He has 40 feet of reach, though.
Fitz has taken a bunch of damage, I must ask, how high up are we?
Oh,
How high were you willing to fly since you saw 42 foot, 40 foot denizen,
We-
35 foot warriors?
We lowered at least to talk to him, I imagine.
So
Yeah, I
probably
feel
40.
like I'd be like 20 feet if I was talking.
Probably, like, 20 to 40 feet. This would probably,
How
go
tall
eye
is this
level with him
guy?
at maximum.
He's 40
Yeah, like-
feet.
So 40 feet up.
And
then, probably.
he is sitting down, right? So he's probably a little bit shorter than that right now. So probably we're like 20 to 30 feet in the air.
What's our XP total, boys?
Exactly enough
So,
to
yeah,
be
3
level
to 6.
15.
Real quick, Josh.
Yes.
Would this be counting as magic damage for the purposes of our resistances?
It would, for hitting the ground, it would not be magic.
No. It's just the thing he did.
For that, it is magic damage.
Okay, cool. So, and because I saved 23 halved and then halved again.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, so is the 44... The 44 was...
Those two are together, so it would be 33. 33 cut in half would be 16. I just purposely rolled them separate because the 23 would be 23 fire, 44 necrotic, but they are put together in one attack. So half of half, you would have 16 damage done to you.
Actually,
Delicious. Love it.
is the magic carpet just fog?
I assume the magic carpet can't be destroyed by like attacks while we're using it. It's kind of like the whole, things you're carrying.
You have to kind of dump that shit in magma. Alright.
It doesn't have hit points, so
I assume it would take, like, if you wanted to destroy the magic carpet, it'd probably take a magical weapon and you just, like, sticking it in there and just raking it down it with, like, a really high strength check.
Pretty fucking much.
It is a magical item. You can't just destroy those for nothing.
Something you can, but it takes a little effort on others. Alright. Leonis. This man is testing your metal.
First thing said, Elaine, why the fuck would you do that? Why would you say that like that?
Please give me a heads up. Come on. I cast Circle of Power.
Ooh.
Oh,
Put my aura back up. And there's like moonlight faintly envelops anyone within 30 feet of me. I will section set key point to dodge, I guess.
Alright, so hang on, let me also. Oh shit! What element am I today, Daddy?
Oh,
That's it for me.
that would be water again, sir.
Water again? I thought 3 was the water. Oh, I thought 4 was the water.
I need to do a check. Hold on.
Yeah, I rolled a 3, that got me fire, and then I rolled a 4, that got me water. I was wondering what 1 and 2 were.
what, dude?
Water.
What?
Earth, it's Earth.
Oh,
Earth.
a lot of that around here.
Yeah, but we just challenged him to a fight.
Crazy.
Ultimate strat, cast Death Ward, then just break every power staff at once. There's like what? There's like 20 of them in the world.
Just break them all casually.
Just break them all like matchsticks.
You tape them all together and you just summon them all at the same time.
Breaking my balls.
So yes, that would be Earth for this one.
Earth. Oh, fuck.
Earth.
Oh, am I all earthy looking? What the hell's... What's going on with me?
With that, almost crystalline, like veins of precious gems and such for where your scars are showing.
Oh.
Occasionally on certain other pieces as the elements build up, even though it draws back in occasional crystals that build up a little bit like they're trying to armor you.
Huh.
And then pulled
Cool.
back in.
Elaine confused.jpg.
Mm.
Alright, I'm Earth today.
Yes. Alrighty. with that, let's see. Well, Elaine was the one who spoke first, and Liars just went. Was that all yours?
Yes.
All right. As it, well, before he goes, he will use all 3 points in his legendary actions.
What?
Elaine.
Hello.
Why?
You suddenly see multiple eyes opening around you, and you hear horrid whispers from the other side in your mind directly. I need you to make a DC 26 Wisdom saving throw.
Impossible.
What now?
All right. I need you to. Are you willing to take damage as you try to control the arcane magic in your own body as it seems to be rebelling, or expel a 3rd level slot? Or lower?
I think I'd much rather expel a 3rd level slot than take damage.
Alrighty. So with that, you hear these whispers, and then you realize the very fabric of magic, which is why the sky is blotted out from existence to this man. He forcefully rips the magical weave from your body and exhausts one of your spells.
Fucker.
Fine, I got a lot of those.
And with that,
I got a lot of hit points.
you see him wave his sleeves around once more. What looks like should be hands that aren't there start to formulate. My people may not exist anymore, but I hold the last of the power. With that, he's going to call Lightning Strike.
I know it's probably not gonna work, but I'm gonna try to. I'll pump in a distance spell, a counter spell.
With that, go ahead and counterspell at regular level. Go ahead and roll me your DC. This one would only be at 17.
It's flat charisma.
Yep, this is your spell casting.
Oh,
It was.
Alright.
Come on, give your wheel.
So
if only I could use my reaction to give myself a D4, but I just used my reaction.
I believe Cromsteel and Kavan are together on Vakjin.
Yeah.
So Vakjin, Kavan, and Cromsteel. Dexterity saving throws.
With advantage.
The DC, thankfully, on this one is lower. It's an 18.
That should be
The
plus an
advantage.
additional 5.
Yeah, if you're in my aura, you have advantage.
Am I?
30 feet.
Fakjin gets a 17.
Alrighty.
I have evasion though.
So that. With evasion, thankfully, you won't take any damage in because this is Dex. Hey.
Nice.
The fucky number.
Yeah, also, if you're in my aura, you take no damage if you succeeded.
Ooh, doubly nice.
17 does not succeed, I assume.
Sadly not.
So this is just oxygen that explodes.
Fakjin has 8 HP left. Don't you disrespect my son.
Yeah, 69 damage as the lightning scorches through the magic from Leoris's power circle, bending it and forcing it away. Unfortunately, Fakjin, being as big as he is, takes a little bit, and it courses through his body and then just glasses the floor.
My boy.
My only son.
be up in the air?
I can see why you bested the child. History.
I am falling.
Holy.
Reaction cast Featherfall.
Hell yeah. We're no longer falling. At least not horribly.
Oh no, what,
You
yeah,
won't die
Fitz,
from the fall.
Fitz did pop, didn't he?
Yeah. What was it? It was 20. Oh, hang on. It was a total of. Wait. He has 2 hit points. 2 health points. 2 hit points. 2.
Fit for battle.
Alright, so
He
you
has 59 hit points. It was 57.
That's right.
No,
He's-
wait. No. I can't
63.
do math.
Alright.
I can't do math. He's dead.
Okay.
He's dead. I'm falling. Feather falling.
Alright.
Alright.
Featherfell, you touch down. As you are walking over the ground, you see mouths opening to consume you. You see what looks like a giant's mouth opening, almost like old wrinkled lips from time long before, an old man's mouth trying to consume you, except the size of a storm giant's. And you're starting to realize more and more, this isn't just his domain, he might have pulled you all into himself.
Oh.
Weird.
I need you.
Probably can't teleport.
Well. At the same time of that, you can move. It is difficult terrain. And every 15 feet you move, you have to make a dexterity saving throw to not be chewed on.
Huh.
Yes, I will say other side note of not just normal teeth. Each of those teeth looks serrated and purposely sharpened like he was a cannibal.
Oh, cool. Okay, I will be attempting to make my way over to distance. I believe that's still 40 feet. Yeah, that'll do. And what was the per distance roll?
15 feet, every 15 feet is a dexterity save, so go ahead and roll me. It's a easier one of 17.
Jesus, that's fine. I did move 30 feet, so I've done 2.
Alright, so you are not bitten or slowed on those parts. Thankfully, you take no damage for that. But you do see the moss trying to chew you as you run by.
Alright, I'm going to... just because I have a bonus action, I'm going to use that bonus action to activate the lightning on my maul. See the crackle with energy. I'm going to punch it right up into the air. How's this? And using my maul, I'm going to cast Call Lightning.
Alrighty.
10 foot tall, 60 foot radius. Draw a circle. My god, it is a big circle. Is there a way to just make a circle to a set thing?
So,
Wow.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Not that cool.
I think Cole Lightning has like 300 foot range anyway, so it didn't really. So.
oh wow, I can't believe I pressed that. I apologize.
Your mama.
Regardless.
The hell is that?
I like
A
the way
very
it's
badly
formatted.
pasted spell. But I didn't click on one of the longer ones. That was pretty short.
Did it?
And if I make the chat slightly wider, maybe it'll. No, damn.
If you somehow
fuck
remove that,
doesn't
I
adjust.
appreciate it, because that is awful. But I guess we just work around it.
Yeah, so a cloud will appear in that space that I've selected. And bolts of lightning flash down at that point. Each creature within 5 5 feet at that point. So make a dex save. And it takes 3d10 lightning on a failed save or half on a successful.
All right. That.
Ooh. Am I outdoors? Nope, it's not. Nope, never mind. It's not stormy conditions. Good save.
Alrighty. He does hit a 22.
Save is 18.
Alright, and then it's still half damage if I recall correctly. Alright, so he'll still take... As it strikes down onto it, he sidesteps a little bit as it goes through the robe. And he'll end up taking 5 damage. You find out that he's lightning resistant.
Well. Fuck.
Would that be all, Nistri?
That will be all.
Alrighty. So with that, at the end of your turn, Nistri, especially seeing more magic before him, he's going to do 2 legendary action points and consume your magic. I need you to make a DC 22 Constitution saving throw.
22 con save? No problem. No problem whatsoever.
Oh, damn.
Nice.
Nice.
All right.
Suck my ass.
So with that, you do feel the Shun King suddenly, what feels like for a moment, inhale your soul, or try to, as he's trying to eat the magical weave that's connected to your concentration and astral self.
My magic. Leave me alone.
Kevon.
Alright, I'm gonna look at Crop Steel. Do you want
Yeah.
me to just drop you on its head? Or...
Sure. I'm ready.
Alright, I'm gonna grab, fucking Vokjin's reins. You can fly 80 feet. So I'm gonna go 80 feet this way and up. So that's... We're 40 feet, so we're 120 feet up over here.
Jeez. We need to be this high up?
You feel free to comment if you would not like to be this high. I'm just trying to keep him alive. So
Right.
if you would, he will just flee after you get off. So if you want
You want me to
control, I can
jump?
just fly.
Okay. You want me to just hop off?
Whatever,
Hop on down?
whatever you would like. Because I'm gonna use my boots to fly as soon as we're both off of him, off of Vokjin, not off of Kivon. Nobody's riding me.
Not yet.
Heyo.
Sure, I'll just hold. Maybe I'll give him a head bump.
A little headache.
Yeah.
Bit of an ouchie.
All right.
I'll
Then
throw a rock at his head. I am the rock.
Can you smell
Okay.
what's cooking?
how about 80 feet? How's that?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't believe I could jump this far though.
You probably could.
Well, also like the way this is another DM call. I don't know how the rule mounts work because right now he's my mount, so I get to use his speed. But if I get off, he has his own turn, which is next. Could he move and dump Crom and fly
I believe
away?
you can make him dash
You can.
Okay.
while you're mounted.
Yes, you can.
Sick. Then I'll do that. I'll have him dash as I hop off and activate my boots of flying.
All right.
And
Feel.
he'll end up right over here above, circling pretty far above.
Alrighty. With that, as you do touch down, come on. You feel.
I am not going down to the ground. By no stretch of the imagination am I going down to the ground.
Alrighty.
I am staying up at the 80-foot mark, flying. And I'm gonna unleash some of my patented radiant sunbolts, just to give them a little bit of a peppering as I flit around like a little goon. My gauntlets catch fire, and I just start pumping out sunbolts. I can do 3 just for free. This should not be an advantage. Just 16, 29, and 24.
16 will miss, as it seems to be snuffed out by some force. You're not sure what happened to it. The 29 and 24 definitely hit, as it seems to have enough force to push through.
Okay. Hell yeah. And I just keep flitting around and flying as I'm gonna bash those 2 into him. 14 and 11.
14 and then the 11. Definitely seem to irk him. He looks rather disgruntled at that. Especially with the...
Yeah.
Will that be all? Sorry.
I was just gonna give an insight to Kamon's mental state, but he is not in a talkative mood, so he would not say anything. He's just focused on the job. It's another god that needs to be put down, apparently. That'll be me. He's worried about fucking Vokjin.
Which is fair. As you worried about Vokjin, you see the Shun King. You know most creatures in existence usually have to move. He turns and swings at you, and you suddenly feel the force of the backhand right next to you.
And that tracks.
Gosh.
Does it miss? Because my AC is pretty okay.
Well, unfortunately, he does advantage because he just has unseen strikes. There's 27 to hit you.
Well, that's quite good, in fact.
Yes, you will take 40 force damage, as in retaliation, and even for daring to mar him, he slaps you for that. As you realize that this area that's turned like photo-negative, where the stars have been wiped from existence, might be a self-created domain.
I don't know anything but the fight.
Let's
get it.
Hey, Josh.
Yes?
I'd like to ask, seeing as I'm new here, but where the fuck am I? Who was I riding with? What is happening?
You could have been on Fitz, that's alright.
Yeah.
You fall out of the
Space.
sky.
You fell out of the sky, you're on the ground. You're pretty accurately on the ground right there.
Okay, just...
However, the ground is bad.
Yes, the mouths are trying to open up and eat you. Which, by the way, new lair action. The mouths stop.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
thank
nice.
God. Oh, man.
And nothing else happens, right?
Multiple eyes start opening up.
Nothing else happens, right?
You start to hear whispering secrets being pushed into your minds. I need everyone. Make me a DC 17 wisdom saving throw.
I don't need
This
your
seems like some sort of magical effect.
It definitely is.
Anyone within my aura, you get advantage.
How big
I
is
don't
it?
need it.
It is 30 feet.
That is not big enough to help me.
I think I'm on the floor, so I don't think that reaches.
Yes, I'm not sure how visible the aura is to other people.
No, we can't see it at all.
You
Okay.
are also not
But it goes this far.
10 feet.
That's fine, I got 25.
Ah, yes.
Rylax knows the baking recipe. It's horrifying.
That's what I
DC
mean.
again?
17.
17.
Higher than a 9.
Alrighty.
You are in my aura and succeed. You take 0 damage.
God damn. Alrighty. Spicy.
Does Vokjin need to do this?
Yeah, sadly, Vokjin would.
Oh,
Good, Voction, you're very wise.
he gets +5. That's
Gets a plus
20.
5.
That's
Hey!
done. He is fine. He is not succumbed to the madness of the Shunned King.
Oh, I should have also rolled with advantage, but I saved, so it doesn't matter.
Vokjin, this is too much bullshit for Vokjin.
Yeah, Cromsteel gets dumped.
Okay.
Yeet.
You like strategically towards his head in a manner way that you may strike him.
You
But
have to toss me.
it's certainly I don't know if anybody's ever been tubing and had them snap you on the boat and just like pull a hard you and just snap you as hard as you can and
Oh,
you go
yeah.
flying off the tube. Essentially that. You get launched off of the back of his tail. And he goes,
I was hoping I could hop off with my own consent, but alright.
I mean,
Might have had today.
he is at 8 HP.
Alright. Cromsteel, you're flying down at the Shunned King.
What do you need from me?
Are you going for attack, or are you just plummeting?
Well,
Bonk that man.
I want to use my action for other stuff, so I'm just gonna try and land on his head. And grab onto something, you know?
Roll me in athletics.
Josh, I did fail that save, so I mean, if it's meant to
Oh.
do something to me.
Oh, my bad. I didn't. For that,
160 feet away.
well, for you, since you failed, as the Whispering Madness sinks into your mind, you feel parts of, well, what would be your brain, or yourself, breaking down.
That's good.
As you feel 31 psychic damage breaking your mind.
Whoa.
Ow.
Alright,
Alright, now you may continue.
Cromsteel, give me that athletics.
I'll use a lock point. That doesn't seem very good.
I was gonna say, he doesn't move. He lets you grab onto his horn.
Alright. Store? I'm here now. Does anything happen? Is it my turn?
It's your turn. You're holding on.
Cool. First off, I regen 2 hit points.
You
It
feel
counts.
like every single emotion flowing through you from the Shunned King right now.
I would like to resist these things, so I'm going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself.
Smart.
And as a bonus action, I'm also going to drink a potion. Just a regular one.
Have a chug.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's kind of gross.
Yikes.
That is all.
Forged lips.
Alrighty.
Spills out of your supple lips.
Elaine.
I hate that he's in the turn order twice.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Something's
Oh,
wrong.
he is. Oh,
I
what
can
the hell?
feel it.
24 and a 13. The bitch.
Something's wrong. I can feel it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's another one in the corner. What the fuck?
Alright, he's the turn counter.
Sure.
He's counting the amount of turns till
Turn
total fall off.
counter. Yeah, exactly.
Would you guys like to have individual capability to fly? Or should I just try to do damage?
The ground's not aids anymore.
I think you should just do damage.
It's just whispering sweet nothings to me.
Alright, he's probably gonna save, but I will distance. Wait, can I distance spell? This spell's fucking really high level. I think it doesn't matter what level the spell is, it's just
It's just sorcery
Yeah,
points.
it's just
cool.
one sorcery point. Okay. I will
Nice.
distance spell disintegrate at 6th. No, I don't have it at 6th, so it'll be 7th. So it needs to make me dex save. Probably going to succeed.
Can someone please tell this man that this is not what we meant?
No, we meant this.
Oh, no. Not what we meant.
I can cast it at 6th.
To be fair, I don't really think he's going to listen to us. anyway,
Jesus.
He seemed to be rather.
Wow.
It's a lot of damage.
Oh,
Turns out he only has 30 points.
fucking vaporizes on the spot.
Fucking Solid Snake dying noise.
It's going good.
Uh,
No difference.
How does he feel about that?
So. It definitely hits him. Didn't do as much as you were expecting.
I'm expecting none of my magic will do as much as I want it to.
You're just resistant to magic.
Probably.
It definitely hit him, and he looks kind of impressed. It definitely did some damage, as the robe seems to have been marred more. It actually has a missing piece. Maybe there is something worthwhile to you.
Alan Bella didn't just fall on a rock.
Is that all?
If I quicken a spell,
It gets faster.
does using a magic item that casts a spell count as casting a spell?
No, because you're activating it, sadly. You'd have to activate it with your main action. It's not a settle.
Oh.
Good. I cast lightning bolt at 9th level through my wand of lightning bolts by quickening my action to cast disintegrate.
All right.
I know it's resistant, but I'm just trying to do as much as I can.
That one hits him as well, but half damage again.
And a d20 to see if it explodes. Almost.
Fucking damn.
I rolled a 2 in GM for some reason.
Super fucking close though.
And that is me.
Alrighty. With that,
I've drawn on Zekrom. I'm sorry, people that are me.
you definitely do. But out of interest, the Shen King, you see the rope flip for a moment like a foot stepped forward, and then you see the floor move with all of you.
Ugh.
Like he just folded the desert to have you to him.
The hand,
That's cool.
honestly, good. Now, Brady did it.
Oh, cool. I'm within range.
With that, he points down at you. So it's gonna be Brannigan, Elaine, Rylax, and Liars. Dexterity saving throws, DC 22.
Was I involved in that?
Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
yes.
No.
Your name is now Brannigan.
Does this look like a spell?
Yes, as lightning starts from where the hand should be.
Okay, well, I'll attempt to counterspell this. It's just gonna fail anyway, so I won't even do it subtly.
Alright. It's DC 16.
What? Oh, yep. Told you. I'm better roll.
Alright.
I will use one Indomitable.
I use the ring to succeed.
Nope.
Smart choice.
No.
Oh wait, I'm nearly R. It's like I have advantage anyway, right?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, hang on. So let me roll 2 more of those. It was 22, right?
Mm-hmm.
I still fail.
We need more paladins.
Every
Uh,
single
Closer to the
character.
paladins.
Paladin.
So 55 lightning damage to those who failed,
Ow.
and then fucking 27 to those who succeeded.
Unless you are in the aura and succeeded, in which case it is nothing.
This is true.
Oh, woohoo! I technically succeeded.
Running.
I'm just gonna carry on thinking that I did not have to do that at all. Because
I have a question.
I asked a
with
few
how
times
that-
and got no answer.
For what was the question? These two?
Goodness.
Was I included in that?
No. That's what. I said the names out loud. Apologies.
Okay.
And what was the question about?
How does evasion work with the Orus's aura?
It would be
It's
It's
the
still.
the same thing.
Yeah, it would still be the same thing.
But my aura applies to spells and magical effects instead of deck saves. And it doesn't halve on a failure.
Got it. But if I... So, okay. So if I fail, it has no effect.
Correct.
Yes.
You advantage
Take
on the
my-
check because of the aura, but if you
Yeah.
fail, you don't get anything extra out of it.
Right. It's just a half from the evasion.
Yes.
Okay, well, I will use Zymon's Rage and make my mole more flaming. Ah.
I've lost my needle.
Now, hang on. If I get over here, do I have advantage?
I would say sadly not, because Crumpsy's holding onto his horn, and he's far the fuck up.
But it might give Nistri advantage. It's fine. You know, we're gonna put one of these. Yep, that was an obvious. Yeah, and then that. Ah,
Balance.
balance in all things.
I'll be
Too
back.
bad I already used my bonus action. So,
Damn,
my will action search.
you'll need it.
Yeah, what happens if I try this again? Does that hit?
24 will.
Ooh, spicy. I turn the music down a little bit because I'm blasting myself. So, all right.
I did burst out some of the
No,
heavier music.
no.
Yeah, the 15 and 17 smash against something completely unseen, but you're fairly sure it had contact with something, even if it didn't hit his robe.
Yeah. Reasonable. That's me.
Alrighty. You can see he looks fairly disdainful at you, Brannigan.
That's entirely fair. I did hit him with Zymon's Rage and some pretty bad blows. Anyway, he's about to clap my cheeks.
A champion of my judgment.
The champion of Zymon.
But a flea. As he will, legendary action, try to attack.
Yep,
Oh.
I'm ready to get fucked up.
Amazingly enough, thankfully, feel the force clatter against you, just and
Whoa.
thankfully be stopped by your armor. If you could feel the narrowing of a god's eyes on you right now, this is the moment.
Oh, I do that thing where I like hold the maul up, like kind of like I don't know. You know how Anakin blocks with his lightsaber, holds it upside down, fucking does to that and just blocks the attack.
Ugh. Relax.
You leave the boss until later. Bonus action, drink a potion, as was ordained. Hmm. Did anybody try fire on him yet? I'm pretty sure nobody did.
I have tried. I have
Fire.
done. I do fire damage when I do.
Yvonne did a tiny bit.
Yeah, the fire damage worked full on. There was no resistance.
The
Alright.
radiant as well worked, right?
Yep.
I will use the Staff of Power to cast Fireball.
Hey.
Oh, hey!
Voices.
So I will do this in a very roundabout way. Spell save DC of 18. That is the worst Fireball I've ever rolled.
God damn.
10d6. What?
I cast it at 5th level.
23.
Sorry, for some reason I thought they were d8s or something. It's 8d6.
7 times a half. You would take 13 damage on that. Alright. So I managed to evade a good portion of that as you see it getting sucked up into the void.
How close are we to the ground, by the way?
Like 20 feet.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, the ground just pulled us along with it. So,
Yeah.
I don't actually know what I'm worried about. If any mist falls, we'll just cast Feather Fall. It's not really a big deal. I guess I'm done. I can't really do anything else.
Alright. That. Let's see. Well, he'll spend his last 2 legendary action points on that. As he is looking at you, Liaris, a little bit frustrated as your power from your other god that he's not known yet is blocking all this. Need you to make me a Constitution saving throw. DC is 22. As he tries to consume your magic.
Oh, that'll be a tough one.
Alright, that spell you've been concentrating. Would be.
Dex.
Go ahead and reroll it.
That's low.
Alright. Well, no damage to you, but you feel the magical weave pulled away from you, and it looks like part of his robe bends over.
Oi,
oh, come on, man.
No.
Just a little bit.
Imagine healing.
Imagine healing
it.
off eating
Looks at like
other...
4 potions on the ground so far.
And it is now your turn, Liaris. Causey? Oh, sorry.
How high up are we?
20 feet.
20 feet, cool. I'm just gonna jump and run over then.
Monk shit.
give me shins.
Oh shit.
Break his legs.
Descriptions.
That's how he wants to be. Where is it? You know what? I'll use it. I don't give a fuck. Swing, swing.
Oh. Oh.
Wait.
Those hit
Kill his ass.
are Let's see. So, well, Cropsy wouldn't be granting advantage because he's on the horn currently.
Oh, yeah, he's up the top. Alright.
18
I'm
miss.
I'm
I
like-
mean, the
Yeah, we're
31.
Yeah, 31 hits. It better fucking hit. This is not Bonlin.
What if I stand directly underneath him?
Seven the dick.
I mean, you could try if you want to enter his robe.
Enters robe, gets slapped by his giant nuts.
Oh, dang.
I'm not actually doing that, it was a joke.
Sack whack him.
Sack whack in.
And the
Punch him in the
insta-kill
dick.
mechanic.
Punch him directly in the dick.
Uh,
Punch God in the dick!
he looks rather disgruntled at that blade that you're wielding.
Key point, bonus action. Punch.
Oh my. Those definitely hit. Three. Good Lord. Alrighty. I assume that's all yours.
Yeah.
Shun King. His robe is actually starting to look a little tattered.
Oh no. it's
First
not.
of 2 turns with 5 legendary actions.
Yeah. At that point, all of you, as you hear these words reverberate through your minds, you've proven yourselves well. Sorry. You've proven yourselves well. You should go home and inform them. I'll be following.
Whew. Oh, thank fuck.
Roll me wisdom saving throws. DC 22, mass suggestion.
He's lying.
Oh, my suggestion.
You cheeky cunt!
No,
Do we no longer have advantage on the thing?
I get so much advantage.
No, that's gone. He ate it.
I get an extra advantage for charm.
Wisdom. I am going to Indomitable that.
Guess I'm going home,
Please
boy.
don't leave me up here.
Yeah, baby.
We can tell this is magic, right?
Yes, 100%.
Could I also do like an insight check to see if he's actually just still gonna keep attacking?
Go for it. Rolling an insight on the
It's
void.
like if everyone leaves,
Also,
and I'm
Chris-
just still here, like I'm actually just gonna still fight.
Also, Crom, you are part of this.
I am
Oh,
immune
what?
to charm.
Oh,
I
that's
have
right.
advantage. Look, I have
Yeah,
advantage.
because you're an elf now.
Yeah, that's right. Fuck, I didn't have to use my thing. I had advantage to begin with. Hell yeah. Give me that fucking Indomitable back.
Yeah, baby.
Glad everybody else can roll well on saves.
This is why you have
Ha
that
ha
ring.
ha.
Only could have a ring for each stat.
To be honest, Diamond Soul is incredible.
Alrighty. So, those who failed, you feel pretty content.
It's time to go.
Yeah, you definitely feel that, especially for how shitty this place has been, this weird section of desert that's trying to consume you and feed you madness, leaving seems pretty optimal, and getting back to the Elbath so you can hunt down Junius, and, well, the Shun King will be at the valley soon enough.
He didn't say go home. He didn't say go back to the Albert.
That's true.
Oh no, it's okay, fix the-
Oh god, Rhymex goes all the way back.
Fake that it worked.
Oh no.
Can-
Elaine and Rylax just teleport out and we're like, fuck!
Can
Fine, I
you,
go before I left and I succeeded.
Yeah, but Nisha goes right now.
But you see, in context, I feel like I'd want to take the rest of you with me because, you know, I would want to teleport by myself.
Right, it doesn't override your rationale.
I currently definitely think, okay, we proved ourselves. Let's leave, guys.
Yeah.
So you're standing down more than
That
anything.
is exactly Mystery's thought.
And
He's like, oh, okay, cool.
yeah. Leors, you wanted to fake it? You are immune to charm?
I'm not immune, but I have succeeded. But I
Well,
wanna
that is true.
fake that I'm standing down, just like lowering my weapon and being like, oh, yeah, okay,
Roll me a deception.
we're good, guys.
See, if he'd asked this without using a spell, I would have believed him.
Alright. It's a little tough.
Grip on my sword is clearly too tight.
Yeah, you too tight, and also you actually still are not like putting it away. You're like, all right, cool, like still waving it around a little. Mystery.
Yeah, look, he's said what he said, and I believe him. So I'm gonna get rid of this Call Lightning. Get that shit out of here.
Yeah.
Sky is clear above your head. He goes, okay, cool. Alright, sweet. Alright, well, okay, in that case, we'll see you in the valley. Wish you all the best, man. And I start to try and, like, walk away.
He's a lying milksop!
Yeah, just let's see more.
Mystery!
And then,
And I'm just thinking about, man, I should probably try and get Fitz back.
yeah.
History of all people.
Come on.
Rolled a 2.
I'm gonna pull out one of my potions of speed. I'll douse that. That is a with effect potion, so I don't know what you need to do for that, Josh.
Let me pull it up, baby.
One of those. So I'll probably just do some weird shit like you can speak with crabs for an hour.
Or I create my own demiplane.
The shunned
roll me a
god
D100.
is actually a crab.
Only a D100?
It is the ultimate form.
It is
36.
a horseshoe crab.
Oh, wait, hang on. I have...
Roll me a D4. You have resistance to lightning for 4 hours.
Actually helpful.
Hell yeah. I become incredibly quickly. Wait, what? I become incredibly quick as I zip around. I'm not even gonna measure. I've got 110 movement. Zip around to the other side of him, and I'm going to Searing Sunburst with 3 key points. He needs to make me a saving throw, DC 17 con, as a ball of light charges in one of my open hands and launches down towards him.
Alright.
And that is half damage on a successful save.
And hits Crom Steel instead.
That is...
It is not a very big explosion. I'm just shooting at the steam. Shouldn't get close to him.
That is a 30.
Okay. So that is, instead of 31, 15 radiant and fire.
Yes, sir.
And because of haste, I get 1 extra action to attack, which I believe is just 1 attack, so I just shoot 1 more sunbolt at him.
Yeah.
Which is an 18.
That will miss as another strange force snuffs it out.
If I were to put 1 more key point into that to make that a 20, would that hit?
Unfortunately, it would still be snuffed out.
Okay, well, I did it anyway. That'll be me. I'm gonna zip up a little bit higher, let's say a clean 100 feet.
As I'm walking away, I'm just sort of hearing this going on and still like turn around, just what? The city was done.
Come on, still there.
Clearly not, he just charmed you, idiot!
How long does this charm last?
8 hours.
8 hours.
Or 24.
Didn't guess me.
It does end instantly if he hurts you anyway, but
Yeah, he's not hurting you.
Yeah, exactly. which is why I'm asking. Like, is it until like the end of my next turn, or the end of his turn, or what?
8 hours.
It's just 8 hours. You
Oh, it's
failed,
just 8. Okay.
8 hours long.
Well, the
Or-
spell does end when you finish what you were tasked to do, though.
Yeah,
But you gotta go home.
you gotta go home.
home.
Correction,
I was
sorry.
wrong.
It's mass
It's all
suggestion. It's
concentration.
24 hours.
Is it not concentration?
Hang the fuck on. What's the spell? What's the spell?
Mass suggestion,
suggestion.
and it lasts 24
Home is where
hours.
the heart is. Home
Well,
is
no,
where the
but-
heart is, guys.
Yeah, it does say very specifically that it ends when you do what you were told to do.
You gotta
So,
go
I mean,
home.
if you told us to go home and go stare at a wall for 23 hours, you know, that definitely occupies.
Yeah, shit.
Because
he said-
the other part of it was wait. So
Yeah,
Oh,
it
that's
was
good.
go home and wait for him.
thank God he didn't upcast it. A year and a day.
If you upcast this, increase the duration.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's
9th level is a year and a day, which is insanity.
So come on, since you attacked him, 27 to hit you for. Or hold on.
Another 27.
Yeah, the unseen hands of the fucking shunned king, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Jesus.
You'd be throwing them unseen hands.
He's definitely
My
throwing
timeless
30,
body.
31 force damage as he just smacks you.
God. Alright, I'm finally below 100.
Oh, I cast Power Stunk.
Oh, actually, can I would like... Oh, no, I can't. 'cause I didn't hit it.
Once done on command.
Vakjin, I'm assuming, is keeping his distance.
Vakjin is basically just gonna fly off and do his own thing. He's gonna go and start working on getting HP back. He's gonna go hunt some creatures
Yeah, he's
off
going
in
home
Wasteland.
too.
I can summon him whenever I need him, so...
Props to you. Shit's bad. You've seen this before. Radomir Brandemir is famous for this kind of shit.
It's that old trick of
Oh no, Dad's old bullshit.
That's actually true, Brannigan. You would recognize this.
Dad used to make me go to bed with this spell.
Boy,
Wow.
suggestion, go to bed in the next 8 hours.
Not even just suggestion, mass suggestion.
Get all the kids to do
my
it.
sisters as well.
Have some dinner, eat some dessert, smile, and go to bed with a, happy thought in your head.
And don't listen to what Mummy and I do.
Got no listening to mommy and daddy fighting.
I'm gonna
They
rest.
are elves, they'd have advantage.
I'm gonna draw aggro. I'm gonna vow of enmity. Another advantage on this man. And then I'm gonna hit him twice.
Alright.
Spookish.
30 and 26.
They both hit, as he is very upset by you doing this.
2 3rd level smites. It's not a fiend or undead for some reason.
Unfortunately not. He is a divine
That's
being.
Good. Here you go.
Good fucking gods.
Bruh.
Also regen to health. I inflated.
In that retaliation, legendary action swing at you, Crow.
Alright.
The unseen hand.
Disadvantage, so just a straight roll.
31 to hit you.
Yeah, that hits.
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, a plus 15 will do that. Or however much it is.
30 free
Ow.
false damage. It was one off a crit, by the way.
Yikes. Concentration, success.
Alright. Elaine. The Shun
Alright.
looks like he's getting down there. He's looking haggard.
Like sub 100 down there?
Maybe?
I'm sub 100. Good.
How's
I am-
from you?
oh.
Yeah.
Sub level 100. Yeah, that sounds right.
I'm a sub.
Wait.
But you just said you like to be on top of the dragon.
Power bottom.
Don't
Power
approve.
bottom.
We need-
Oh no.
don't approve. We need the real answer.
As someone who uses suggestion quite a bit, can I tell that Rylax has failed?
Probably from the relaxed demeanor. Yeah. There's
Okay,
no question about it. Like, Nistree's literally
Relaxed
walking away.
Demeanor.
Relaxed demeanor.
I will use my movement to blink onto the ground and get off the carpet so she doesn't kidnap me.
Alright.
He said to leave. Where are you going?
Let's gonna have a chat. What's a
Alright.
cool word for this? I shout something very loudly in Draconic. I don't know what it sounds like because I don't know what Draconic sounds like.
I gotta roll.
But it is magical. And if he has less than 100 health, he is stunned.
Power word stun coming into play.
Power word stun.
Alright. With that,
Good, you did.
you see
Sorry, it's if he has 150 hit points of heal.
uh,
Not 100.
you see the Shun King. All of the eyes, everything that was in motion around you seize up as he
More like
tries
stunned king.
to look at you in absolute wrath and anger.
Oh, that's also my highest level spell, so I have to roll my surge.
And also in retort, you are very worthy of my attention.
Worthy of his what?
Attention.
Attention.
Depending on what you want to do. As there is no save, and that is a minute straight. It also shows he has fuck all health left.
He gets to repeat the save at the. Well, he gets to do the save at the end of his turns, which is next.
My eyes permanently change color.
Lovely.
Oh, they're great. What color are they?
Rainbow.
Black.
If they
All
are blue or
RGB
grey,
blue.
they turn black.
Black isn't a color, it's a shade.
Shut the fuck up.
Black. Hey, that fits.
Alright.
There you go.
Matches your hair.
I want to turn it black. Alright.
Paint the town.
So anyways, what color is your shirt? Oh, it's a very dark hue of red. So dark you can't really see the red anymore.
Where's
What
black?
street were you born on?
It is a wisdom save, right? To try and break that?
It is. Wait, let me get back to the spell. Constitution save at the end of its turn.
Ah, well.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, I forgot he goes literally right after me.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Only-
should have disintegrated him.
All you've done is skipped this turn, which is pretty good.
It's not a terrible thing to have happen.
pretty good.
29.
I would also question whether he gets legendary actions back if he was stunned.
He does.
He does.
It's on
But
turn
consider,
rotation.
consider what if he didn't, because he was stunned. It'd be cooler if he said that before.
You can't take legendary actions while stunned,
This is true.
Yeah,
but you do get them back.
but he is no longer stunned.
He's also no longer stunned.
Or predicate.
I should have just disintegrated him. I forgot he goes literally right after.
It's important that he lives also. Let's not
Yes.
forget that.
I will quickly run under his feet as he's recovering from his daze. And I will summon my boy as out of my shadow claws up my echo. And we're just gonna start wailing on him. And Leoris is giving me advantage.
That's right.
Anyway,
You know
I
what?
started blasting.
Anyway, I started blasting. Like, come on, this has gotta work, right? Yes!
That
Oh,
definitely works.
Crunch!
Oh my fucking god.
Okay, so... let's see if it works again. Nah, that'll miss. Come on. Does a 21 hit?
21 will just miss.
Alright, okay.
28 hits
And
though.
that's the last attack.
Leoris is gonna get the last hit and kill him.
please do not.
He looks
Just in time for Juniors to teleport in.
No, I want his
absolutely,
fancy cloak.
absolutely fucking haggard.
You've been bested. We don't want to kill you. Hughes? Josh?
To be honest,
yields.
that was all lost.
He takes a knee.
Oh my god.
Did the stars come back?
With that, you do see what basically looks like the whole sky receding back to color. The heat washing over the desert. And he will purge his mass suggestion from your allies.
Okay.
Turn around. Hey!
I suddenly don't want to go home.
I would not mind going home. Ow! I landed, cradled my very broken ribs.
You'll be right.
Just walk it off. That's all you gotta do is just walk it off.
Just walk it up.
The ones who hunt you are more numerous than us. And they are far less forgiving. Understand that we don't want you dead. We want to help you. We want to help all the others as well. Can you at least see that now?
I can. I wanted to see if you were able to defend me. I can see now that you are more than able. I apologize. In some time that I've been freed, do not wish to be called like a servant. Those who have magical abilities, go ahead and roll me an Arcana.
I mean, like
Or-
spell slots?
Arcana or religion, I would allow.
I would
Both
like
the same.
B4 to do this for me.
I got drow magic.
17.
Nice 17s, gang. Keep it up.
Nah, no idea.
15.
It's not a 17.
Also, welcome, Nugget Sucker. What a name! With the
Nugget
party
Sucker.
ready to fight. Nugget
I
Sucker!
remember you.
It has been a fucking age, bro.
How could anyone forget that?
Ample
Days.
sauce for days. Oh my fucking god.
Oh man, we're gonna get reduced XP because we let him live.
Rude, man. I wanted that fancy ass cloak. Come on, man.
The giant cloak of the fucking.
Give me the cloak, and
God.
I would have moved the moon myself.
Elaine for Shunned King mantle.
Lane for Shunned King, 2022.
It's
I
fitting.
mean, we're all gonna become the Pantheon, so.
That's right.
Yeah, someone's got to
That'll
become
bring
god at the end of every campaign.
Exactly. It was my turn last time, so whose turn is it now? Trick question, it's my turn again. Get fucking
I just
Should
integrate
be
that.
Vokjin. No, come on, our Wyvern Overlord.
No.
Yeah, actually, I
What's his
vote
name?
Fox.
Dexus.
Dex just for God.
He's worshipping
No, no, no.
everyone for his tongue.
That platinum tree.
Oh,
A tree
Oh, the
for
platinum tree,
tree.
awaken it
Tree
and
for
let it
God.
walk away with the fucking godman.
The
You
Jasper
wait for
pear
that
tree.
Tree gets born of another god, becomes god.
God damn.
Tree falls on the god to destroy them.
Yeah, it's a very dense tree.
It is.
How many level ups do we get?
If a tree falls in the woods and
Fine.
crushes you, disappeared.
My god. My first character reached level 20.
Oh my god. Am I really gonna be your first level 20?
From, like, a significantly lower level.
I will savor this.
A good
Also
feeling.
same.
Otrin would be my first from level 1 to 20 game whenever that happens.
By myself.
I am glad he surrendered.
You were about to
I-
fucking kill
I
him, weren't
was
you?
like, oh no, Leoris literally goes next, and he's gonna die.
Because I definitely would have tried to kill him.
Damn it, yes.
Again?
Hey man, we have the blueprints. We could have made a gold thing. Gold
I
phylactery.
don't think we
Oh,
should
of
do
course,
that.
yes. That's exactly what we should do. We should use his own technology.
All become gods
We
with the god
have-
phylactery.
It's
Wait,
the
wait.
only way.
Alright.
That was a lot of XP.
Yeah, I mean, she just fought one of the older gods, one of the ones that was forcefully locked away.
What's new total? I refuse to do
Indeed.
math. At
Well,
almost.
we got exactly to level 15. So
Yeah.
that plus that.
Speed
173,
571.
571. Yeah. Now that we've sorted that out, do not wish you to serve us, we just wish for your assistance temporarily. And preferably for you to move somewhere more safe.
Yes, how do you feel about the Worm Lord?
Oh, quite badly.
Yeah, he said he did not like the
Yeah.
Warlord.
I know, but I'd like to hear his slightly more detailed opinion.
I despise him.
Alright.
He destroyed my cities and my children. Because we didn't pay tribute. Turned what was a paradise into dust. The only piece that remains.
I suppose it was too much for me to even think that all of you would get along with him.
We have centuries. All the issues. For now, if they are ones as strong as you hunting us, if not stronger or larger number, I could not stay out here alone.
See, our original plan was to gather up everybody that we needed assistance from at a place they could be, defended easily, but I wouldn't expect you to put up with being near him.
And I will return to the Valley of Gold.
You actually will?
That would be wise.
Demonstrated full well. My arrogance in thinking I could slay you, even if it were the ones who took care of a pup compared to the others. Bella was young and naive. I see my own arrogance has left me just as foolishly open. Suppose I am lucky that you at least spared me after my attempts.
You wouldn't be the first to make attempts on us.
I'm glad my niece has found an excellent champion.
I am honored to be her champion.
That my brother found an envoy worthy of his self-atonement.
Who's that in reference to?
He's, well, directing towards Elaine at that comment.
Think of that.
Nice.
Very nice.
Tell him to fuck off.
He looks down to you, Leoris. Your goddess is a mighty one. I've no doubt you would have ended me like my other niece was.
Well, lucky for you, she's a kind and compassionate goddess. You stood down, saw reason. I have no further qualms.
I look forward to speaking with her. Be my honor to welcome her and her worshippers anywhere within the Gold Valley. I assume you'll be returning there then.
I suppose we could, yeah. It's probably a good idea for us to go with you so that, you know, you might smooth things up, or if you have more of the existing rifts, they might not take too kindly to you suddenly showing them.
I remember the way. And I have my own
Right
magic.
behind you.
Would probably be best if we warned the One Lord of your arrival.
He
But
will
Do
it's-
that
say
now if you want.
Yeah, let's just go right now.
Sure.
Come on, everybody.
I meant we could just send him a message.
Yeah,
because that
a
would
message
do, I
would be
guess.
better because I don't really want to leave this guy here alone because you
No, I'll
know,
just teleport
might
him
be
too.
watched. Yeah, but then we won't be warning the One Lord of his arrival.
Yeah, some forward notice goes a long way.
Do both.
Send a message and then it'll. Also, for those with the previous religion and arcana checks, you feel like he still was packing a 9th level spell.
Oh
Sounds
yeah.
bad.
Definitely.
Maybe 2.
Look, he could have done it, and it would have been the last thing he fucking did.
Yeah, because the last thing you would have seen is your eyes going out because it does have power death.
Damn.
That's nice.
Forward kill.
Oh, it just reduces you to 0?
Just kills you.
Yeah, instantly die.
It just kills you.
What
If
about
you're
death?
under 100 hit points, you just
Does death ward help against that?
Don't think
it's
it
just
does.
straight death, isn't it?
Yeah, I
I don't
believe
think
it.
it does. I think it's like a culling blade.
Yeah, I believe it cuts through because it doesn't reduce you. You just are dead.
You're nothing but a creep to him.
No, he denies me. Can't let them get your gold or XP. No, no.
Die instantly.
Have mercy.
Also, imagine a god using mass
No,
suggestion.
Death Ward would prevent it.
Ah, so
Oh,
there.
really?
Oh.
Death Ward, on top of its whole thing with stopping you from going down when you hit 0, also notes if the spell's in effect when you are subjected to an effect that would kill you instantaneously without dealing damage, that
Hey!
effect is instead negated.
My
Oh,
god.
that's sick.
I
So
should
it
have
wouldn't
just
even
pointed
drop you to
out.
1.
It would just do nothing to me.
It would just do nothing.
I should have done it. I felt it in my soul.
That's awesome. Been like one of the few people left standing, and it'd been fucking sad as shit. But
What? So sending
I would have lived.
message to the Warlord.
Seems a bit rude to message him.
Oh well, I'm sending. I'll do it if you won't.
Just gonna message Simon, but if you want to.
I mean, I could probably just speak to Zymon in general.
Especially being your champion.
Yeah, that helps.
Simon has tapped your phone line.
Fuck. I've tapped hers back.
Alright. Over the annunciation of the Shunned King finally returning back to the Golden Valley. Eloran. I'm still of my tricks. As, don't even fully get next to him or even hold hands like how teleport works for most humanoids. You feel him almost pull you along with his presence. A very different kind of teleportation. A divine level. Like he just pulled your existence through material plane and just folded you into the valley.
Been folded.
Laundry.
That the party back that point. The valley with the Warlord and Simon.
Ah, lovely.
You're home to your sugar mama.
I am.
Hmm.
No one was happy about that.
Let's do that.
Not at all.
Yes, the Shunned King mentioned that the Warlord was his brother, as well as the Shadowfey King.
Damn. Yo, that makes this guy my, like, adopted uncle.
Adoptive great uncle.
Oh, fuck.
Thus also the mass control on magical spells and the weave.
How many relative gods am I gonna have?
Too many.
Who the hell adopted you?
Me.
You're just working for Zion. It's like,
Yeah, I was like,
give it
what?
to you.
Yeah, no.
With that, you do see the valley has shifted once more. Still has the mixtures of gold, purple, soft fading essences of Simon, radiance. As the Shun King enters in, you start to see what looks like a different kind of luminance on the Tower of the Wormlord. Like each entrance of a god into this valley illuminates, representing that they are here.
That's cool.
Taking note of that, you also see a familiar jade essence.
Hey.
No, somewhere within the valley, probably near to Zymon's estate, is the Jade Warrior.
Been a while.
4 gods now lie safe within Golden Valley. The Shun King takes a moment to collect his senses and everything about him. It is good to know that all of this has survived and has not been marred like the rest of the world.
What?
Has not been marred like the rest of the world.
I'm assuming you say world because you cut out once again.
Yes, world.
It's the echo. It's the echo every single time.
Echo!
Like, I know you love the echo, man, but
I do it because I
Yeah,
love it.
you gotta turn off all of Discord's noise cancelling, not just crisp.
I love it too much.
I don't know if crisp I can do this.
It's crispy.
That ass is crispy.
I don't think you should like that. Crispy.
I like
that's
the
description.
crunch when I bite down.
Extra crunch.
I don't know how I feel.
I'm going to have to force cage you.
I want
So,
firm yet tender, like an apple.
as he finishes taking in his environment, you see him start making his way towards the estate. Thymun coming out to greet him. To embracing what seemed to be a centuries long overdue hug of not being able to see favorite niece in too many lifetimes. Even greeting the Jade Warrior like a nephew. For a brief time, after what seems a short exchange, as much as it is difficult to tell expression, body language alone being difficult to approach the Warlord's Tower willingly. But eventually makes his way to the bottom and starts ascending the stairs. spent a good portion of the day weathering the desert, thing that you've thankfully avoided. Many of the denizens that still roam the Golden Bar. Obviously, punishment for something well forgotten between gods and argument. You do see evening is starting to take place as the sun is starting to fully disappear beyond the mountain ranges. And Simon approaches. Please. I could not imagine that it was an easy task, and thankfully he is more amiable than the others.
I honestly could not believe how reasonable he was. Especially after he told me what the Warlord actually did to him.
Century-old arrogance. It is not easy to accept that one's pride was a downfall. He might have learned a lesson between the loss of his people and, well, a kingdom that is now just feared as polluted sands that try to chew up life, anything there within. I could imagine he is quite tired. Just wishes to restart finally.
So that's 1 out of 5.
Come. Rest your heads. I do not know where you wish to go after, but you look quite worth it.
Suppose we could just stay here for the night.
We told the crew we'd be back the next day. I'm sure it will be fun.
This is true. I think the Rannigan's healed. Everyone else is like battered to shit from that fire.
Oh, right, yeah, I also do.
Yeah, I also need to go remove sand.
I would like to meditate, and also, I think my wrist is. Yeah, I'm gonna tend to some wounds. Rest period.
Alright.
We all agree, so it happens.
Brought into Simon's estate. Plenty of servants are still there. Adding to that, I've had to learn that Umbella is no longer the reigning champion of these lands. Are treated to fine meals, soft beds, baths if you would wish to use them. You even see the Jade Warriors here. Fighting seems to beat the defenses of the valley. Trying to work with what denizens exist here still.
I do wonder how many other Warforged units actually has.
Easy to assume enough to defend Bymore.
Better
Oh, she's just
reduce
scored
that
by
number.
more. So places we have left: the pit,
And
forced
Darkbird.
extinction, Freydens. Give me a second. Hell's Freydens? Am I blind?
Far left.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah. Either this one or a now unknown god. Actually, probably is. Yeah. Anyways,
And do
then
we
the
have
pain-
to? Yeah.
Huh?
That was the one I was gonna say, do we have to go to the Pain Warrior? What if we just did the other ones?
The majority is probably enough, but
I just would like to not go back there. Please. Let's go after the mystery god. Everybody likes a mystery flavor.
Really that bad, huh?
I left for a reason. I don't want to go back for any reason.
they're free now, right? They were being imprisoned / tortured.
It's, I don't know about free now, by any stretch. It's generational.
We could ask where they. Who knows?
Yeah,
Right, team,
everything.
let's go and abolish slavery.
Everything that I learned previously about all these gods is what the Jade Warrior told us. Just ask his opinion on Pain Warrior.
I would, of course, trust their judgment.
Yeah, sure. Let's go ask him about it.
Boys, I don't know what we're doing, but I kind of want to lay down for like an hour or two.
It's fair.
We're certainly gonna rest for the rest of the day, I presume.
Sand really got to you, huh, Brannigan?
Sure fucking did. Feeding that cat took it all out of me.
As these discussions are,
Long rest.
you are in the estate, relaxing. Anyone who's nearby the windows would see outside near the tower, a black stone illuminates, tracing the magic down the tower.
Elaine looks super hyped.
How long has
As
it
she
been
just
since
got a
this?
message.
Been probably a couple hours, or well, when Elaine would send the message.
Would we have gotten a short rest?
Easily.
I'm gonna roll some hit dice. I'm gonna whisper these so I don't clog the whole chat.
Only
Yeah,
Josh.
just yours and the GMs.
Nah, click
Yes.
that shit.
Don't
Are
worry.
we not having a long rest?
Not yet.
Well, something's happening right now, so we're getting our long rest is being interrupted.
So,
Is he?
Potentially.
well, Elaine, you do go to check that out, I believe you said? Go ahead.
Yeah, I at the response that I got, I look really excited. And you said this was like a black stone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go wait by it.
Alright. With that, the Shadow Fade King arrives.
Alright.
Master Dobby has been a good shadow elf.
Oh, it is time for Zone of Truth.
Cool.
Zone of
So then
Truth.
outside this
Zone
one,
of Truth. You're gonna
it's
Zone of
off.
Truth of fucking Shadow Fade.
Think I won't?
What is that? Hey Josh, for those of us that don't know, what does that look like?
For when he waltzes in, you do see
Yeah.
looks like a soft trim and hem of almost full black essence fabric sweep to the side like a curtain as he steps through what looks almost like a carriage door equivalent as he exits the portal. Keeping a very dignified posture, as you have seen the Shadowfey King before. A beautiful, luminous, and gold-trimmed ebony cloth that he wears. With that, as he just step out at his full height, looking down to Elaine. Shall we attend to the court?
I look up like, but you want me to come as well?
Well, you are part of my court. You must know everything as well as I.
Of course.
With that, he'll actually come down to your size, and with a very deep and polite bow, offer out his arm to you as he will escort you towards the tower.
Should we be worried about that?
I'm sure it's
Elaine can look after herself.
Not before I cause problems. I'm going to interrupt.
I would like to request that I join Zymon.
Alright. Going to join her in the court?
I would request it. If she denies, then I will accept that outcome.
Shadowfey King!
You call that? Also, Renegade, she would welcome you, as you are her champion.
I will join with much honor and respect.
The
Crumb's still just...
It's just fucking full clam jamming. He will politely full step turn with Elaine still in arm. Yes. Crumbs, dear, was it?
Correct. It is to my understanding that you destroyed the hammer, an incredibly cursed object.
Indeed it is. It's destroyed on that matter if you are inquiring. It took quite a significant amount, but it will not be harming.
I believe that Elaine believes she saw you destroy it. But there is more trickery than that in this world, and I will ask that you submit to a zone of truth before you go any further.
Raises a
I'm only
really
going to,
big
I'm
eyebrow.
only going to ask about the hammer. You needn't worry about anything else.
If
If you truly have not been corrupted by its influence, which you know how much that is, then you will have no problem with this.
If you ask about anything else or anyone else does, I will turn you into a kid for 2 days.
A child?
No, a kid.
Goat.
Oh. As funny as that sounds, I'll try to avoid that.
Excuse me, madam. You will step forward and, with a very smug smile, await your little spell.
Yep. Please do not resist, and I cast the Zone of Truth on God.
Well then.
Mind you, we have here a mechanical 3-year-old with trust issues and an untold aged god. That's what's happening right now.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's why he's smiling. He's just so fucking amused by it. He fails willingly.
Yep, cool.
What are you wearing?
Some of my finest and most elegant pieces. I do like to impress, especially for those most loyal.
Did you destroy the cursed hammer without being corrupted by its influence whatsoever?
Easily.
Okay. I apologize for that. I've been betrayed on a similar level before.
That is understandable. Still much to learn. Many years before you.
Do any of these gods that like we're like having a close chat with? Do any of them react to my now blue eye? Do they recognize that it's?
With that, let's see.
Blue eye? Question mark. What I miss?
Oh, so yes, so Nishu's natural eye color is amber.
Yeah.
An amber type color. But when his eye fully grew back, you could see that it was a darker blue with white streaks in the iris.
Ah.
Well,
Interesting.
and that was the right side. I don't know if that was the correct side that was in fact torn away, but I'm rolling with that.
Very cool.
With that, I would say Zymon seemed curious, as she did look at you occasionally. The Jade Warrior, when he looked at you, definitely looked directly at your eye. You get an inkling that he knows full well what it is. As for the others, if they did notice, they probably had played it off as best as they could, or were too strange to read.
Just didn't care.
Yeah. But the younger ones are definitely far more curious.
Wait, what is the Jade Warrior? It's like, what? Who's is he a sibling or just like another random god?
Far as you could tell, especially for how gods work, possibly brother or cousin to Simon.
Yeah, you better watch out for them brother cousins.
Hey, brother fucker. What?
No, no.
With that,
yeah,
the
just curious.
Shadowford King does bow politely to you, Crumpsy. Look forward to seeing you again. And returns back to you, Elaine. Arm out with another light bow. Shall we?
What comes with him?
And then he will continue to escort Elaine towards the tower of the court. Brannigan, Zymon will happily have you follow, especially as her champion, entering into the golden tower of the Warm Lord for the Valley.
I will respectfully walk by her side, acting like a guard, as I am her champion.
And entering into this Burned court. You do see where the priests were originally giving revelry has been reshaped so that the thrones welcome the prospective gods who are here. Each of the stones that had been illuminated for the gods within the valley, a seat has appeared. A dial has turned within the stone floor itself, allowing these thrones to fully become accessible to only those who are allowed to sit in them. Obviously, extra chairs are brought along for accompanying champions or fellows of the court. As you will proceed to hear some argumentative and old wounds being discussed, especially between the Shun King, the Warm Lord, and the Shadowfey King. Shadowfey King keeping a more appropriate composure, and not yelling as his other two siblings have escalated between words, but especially on the matter of Embella's death. Unfortunately, her body being whisked away. The fact that she is not the only god's mantle who's gone missing. The one of magic and illusions to the far south is whisked away by another unknown force. So, two of you who are there know who currently holds that mantle.
Yeah, I'll suggest that it could possibly be Awakener. Unless I'm missing something.
Would it be possible to retrieve this from them?
Murder that man.
Well, I feel like if Junius was smart, he would have teleported to Awakener and teleported out almost instantly. Unless, of course, Awakener is keeping this mantle for himself.
Do you have a description of him? I might be able to assess if he is here.
Neither me or Brannigan saw Awakener.
Yeah.
I would recommend our other drow companion, Leoris. She's very good with faces.
Then I suppose after this court is adjourned, Uncle, you would seek out Leonis. The other matters that come to my attention within the court also. Warnthos has been bleeding artifacts from the valley. Bella had promised it, seemingly as a distraction. I am not sure how much stronger they have gotten, but we need to reclaim such relics. As for the others, I hope the rest of these champions are able to convince or at least confirm whether or not the others would be safe from this soul-crushed menace. It is a lot to expect for you to travel to every location, confirming whether or not to guarantee a gateway to Xerxes. Unfortunately, has to be done.
It's a distance I'm willing to travel.
Thankfully, with some of the gateways that Elaine has been able to open for them, though some difficult. Thankfully, what aid I can offer has been, I would imagine, quickening the pace.
Extremely. I'm not yet as good with portals as you are. So, access to the shadow roads has been extremely useful.
In time, dear, you will be able to access most of the shadow ways. As this is all going on, the rest of you outside, giving prayer to Alistair.
Yeah.
You do feel her presence within the valley. You do feel the luminous moon, reaching down to you. It is full tonight. With that, you do see there's no particular stone on the tower itself, but certain veins illuminate a beautiful silverish white. Almost like starlight dances through the valley. It's time. You do feel her warmth. You have done well. It is not an easy task to stand up to the elders. If there is difficulty, I will try to reach further out. But know full well that you are doing the land a favor as much as these squabbling elders try to figure out how to keep their throats.
You changed your mind?
That they will be of great assistance. I'd imagine many of them after would be returning to their quiet lives in respect. Though I do share your fear that some would be pretentious. Do keep an eye on some, as they miss empires that consumed many without care.
I understand, my goddess. I am glad I am not alone in my concerns.
as this is happening. Vaughn,
Yes, sir.
you hear a message in the back of your mind.
Oh dear.
So when did one of my greater servants decidedly work with men's mechanical malfunction and the bastard children nearby of a traitorous husband?
I would like to use my stillness of mind so that I am not frightened of this. Not like roleplay wise, terrifying. I think Yvonne would think it's like the higher road to not respond. To
Really
like,
gonna ghost God?
I mean, what's she gonna do? Come at me harder?
Yes, she's gone.
Yeah, to be fair, I think she could go a bit harder than she was going right now.
I just don't know what answer I'm gonna give that's also not gonna get that response. My way has been and will be my own. I will right what wrongs I see in the world. I am by no means your child.
You'll always be my child. Much as you reject me. You know where you came from and you know what you drank from. I infect you.
We'll be rid of it.
Then you'll die with the rest of the slag. I will find those children. And my traitorous husband. I'm sure you'll be swept away with the rest of the ash.
So long as we are together. Victory or defeat. But there is room in this grave for you as well.
No, as they always done in practice. When the king or queen fell, their servants were always buried with them. With that, you feel what seems like a burning handprint brush the side of your neck.
Ugh, familiar and horrifying. I mean, cringe like a beaten, like a kicked dog immediately.
Have the subtle smell of what seems to be burning incense, but brimstone mixed in, like she was right next to you that whole time.
Ugh. Better than burning flesh is what I thought you were gonna say. Or cooked flesh, really.
And as the various gods proceed to have court of the stray, listening and giving warning, we will leave off there, as you have to make ready for your Decidedly next journey of who you wish to retrieve. Seems to be possibly Awakener.
Cool, very cool.
Yeah, we're doing the worst one next. No, that one doesn't have what we need. We need this.
Yeah.
Right? Let's get a rest and let's get on it.
This is the worst one. So we get that out of the way, I'll feel a lot happier with the rest of it.
We don't need all of
there's-
them though, do we?
There's something to be said about a mystery, though.
What's in the box?
You moved again. Get back. Get back.
He just moved like just now.
I thought we only
You
needed
did.
like one or two.
Get back there.
What do you mean? Why are you just encouraging them? We're gonna go kill everybody in Warrenthos. That's cool.
No, he's clearly going around Warrenthos.
To get to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's coming straight to us.
That's great. We need to talk to him.
No.
He's hunting. He's on the hunt.
Booty. The fucking God of War soundtrack just starts playing as he fucking enters into the area.
That is a good soundtrack,
God of War's always had such good music.
right?
I don't know how important it is to get those relics back from Warrenthos, but I do think going after Awakener should probably be the next thing.
Yeah, if we can find Awakener and they still have the mantle, that's a pretty easy win.
'Cause, yeah, if Junius didn't just teleport in, grab it, teleport out, then maybe Awakener isn't working for him. And
It
he's
also
just
it might
solo.
not be that easy.
Put on
Maybe he's just doing it for fun.
Maybe he was like, "All right, Awakener, now I have to kill you to take the mantle back."
Maybe
He's like, "Fuck off."
maybe it's because we had the mirror, which offered him a really good, advantageous position to do what he did. It's not an every time thing. He could see our total surroundings and everything.
If Awakener is still working for Junius, he's a high level cleric. Like, he could just sending him say, "Hey, I got it. Pick me up."
But also, we do have to account for the fact he might not know what Junius is actually doing.
It's true.
So maybe he found out more on his own, and now is double crossing him.
He was always a little bit of a renegade.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think we can rely on the potential that Awakener isn't working for Junius.
No, I'm just saying that's why he might stop the mantle. I'm
But,
not saying that's
like-
why we don't kill him.
Man,
Like,
that has
all we
already
really know
decided this.
about him comes from me bullshitting that we were working with Junius.
Yeah.
And he just spilled the beans immediately.
He's like, "Oh, great. Glad to have you aboard."
I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. Luke, I will set an alarm just so you know, but what time would you prefer to have me back here?
He's gonna say 5 minutes.
Between 1 and 2 hours.
We will go with the middle ground for 1.5 hours.
So, alright.
I slept for like 3 hours last night.
You fucking slave.
Sleep.
Nice.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Gosh,
Alright, boys.
for having me, y'all.
Adios.
Buenos días.
Hasta la vista, baby. Come on.
Pasta la itzia.
See you, boys.
Adios.
Farewell.
I swear I'm more than happy to shut
I do not
Are
believe
you sure?
for a single second. Shadow Faking was like, something
Yeah.
like deer, and I'm like, they're fucking. Elaine's fucking me
You
hard.
pulling a Miller in, huh?
No?
Poor.
No,
What
I'm
the
such like
fuck?
an evil person.
Yeah, Milliran also didn't like him at all.
Yeah. Millerin is also fucking someone who is
Very
apparently married.
Entirely for her own goals.
Yeah, also, yeah, Milram slept with someone who's already married, apparently.
He never mentioned it.
Oh god.
That's on him.
Listen, stuck his dick in crazy and found out twice. Like, Millerin wasn't crazy for half the shit she did.
Yo, hello. Who says that?
What?
Oh, it's some cringe anime girl from
That's Flinks. That's Brandon. He's...
Oh, I'm aware. but yo hello is from something that I've.
Yo.
Yeah.
No.
Also, man, Flinks, I hope you had a great time. Shit was
it's
a very popping session.
It was popping.
It's the anime about the really edgy guy.
Really edgy guy.
Something love comedy.
Love comedy.
That's all of them.
That is a very wide, like 80% anime.
I know.
Googled Yo Hello and
Yeah, me too. That's the works. Something love comedy. Anime.
You're getting a list of all anime ever.
You
Yeah.
fucking.
This has not narrowed it down. Ah.
It's made the search.
Orientation love comedy.
Now, is it actually what you're looking for?
I think so.
No!
I'm gonna have to ask Isla Story what the fuck she means when she keeps calling these guys the elders. Because I just thought it was really funny.
they're old.
Yeah.
They've been around for a few thousand years, probably.
Just a bunch of people.
I mean, you could try and hit me with a history check, but I don't think Leoris is gonna get. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just that part of the history.
I mean, I'll roll it.
You know
Yeah,
what?
20, bitch.
With a nat 20, I'll give it to you. These guys probably were never allowed back to the divine realm, but also continued to rule over their divinity and their mental here on the physical plane. Back when they originally tried to steal it from, if I recall the correct name, Yam, I believe, the all-seeing and almighty god of gods. And basically the pantheons are children to him. And so that's it. So as punishment, they were left on the material plane to defend themselves and learn for their punishment and try to survive. And obviously these ones have been left behind.
This cheeky
Oh
little
yeah, I'm
shit stole them.
100% sticking by my jab at them not being real gods.
That's right.
I mean, that's always been a thing. Like, why would they be here? I think the Shadowfake King is the only one who actually has a fucking realm.
Yes, he is the only one. He was, as far as you can tell, the only one aside from maybe the Eldritch Abomination that actually has a domain.
Okay, so this meeting that you just had, that was very important. Did you then come and relay all of that to us? Or is that private?
I mean, the meeting was, hey, what are you guys gonna do next? I think you should do this. And I'd probably come out and say, hey, they think we should stop Awakener. Also, I don't think it's really relevant, but Warrenthal stole a bunch of magical items from the valley.
Oh. Alright. That's...
It feels a little relevant.
Some magic items that aren't going to decide the fate of the world? Not relevant.
I don't, yeah, less relevant than
Yeah.
Okay.
what is currently
It's
happening.
on the back burner.
You just got the Pained Warrior roaming across, you know. Nothing.
Like, okay, we gotta save the world from the, nuclear event before we save it from the...
What the fuck is that, Josh?
The Pained
It's
Warrior.
Pained Warrior.
Oh. Oh.
Like, with all their magic items, yes, the elves will take over the continent. But it doesn't matter if the continent doesn't exist.
That's true.
I'm going to drop the sun on Stranalis.
I thought he looked nicer than that.
That's not the Jade Warrior. That's the Pained Warrior.
He looks like Shredder.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, you know, the one that's slowly making his way up towards us.
I don't like how he's clawing at that ground to accelerate towards us. That's
Also, fucking earlier, my god, you missed a, I got robbed for killing people, man.
Yeah, I did watch some of it. What's
3
this,
nat
your,
20s on
24-hour
death
stream?
saves.
Oh yeah, I saw the nat 20. How many? 2.
3.
3.
What the fuck?
Twice.
3 nat
Twice on
20s.
one person.
Someone who was immediately fucking coup de grace for 2 death fails, and then rolled a nat 20 to wake up first one. I'm like, son of a bitch!
That's fucking rude.
Can't believe they'd do that.
Also, Josh, is your this your 24-hour stream? Is that happening now?
I'm debating on it. I did put it on stream ending, but I could change my mind.
Yeah, you're on
I mean,
7.5 hours, so you know, like you're a third there.
We do have to wait for fucking Jesse to come back anyway, so you may as
Do
well
something
stop.
for an hour and a half.
And also, you usually don't stream the pirate game either.
Yeah, the only time he's ever streamed it was that other time he did a 24-hour stream.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was different, but at the same time, I thought Dan and the others usually don't want to be on stream.
You can ask him. Just can ask. Go ask her right now. BRB.
Dan's just so racist, she can't be on stream.
Yeah, I can't believe how
She says the
racist
N-word like all the time when nobody's.
with the hard R, too.
No one believes me.
I heard it last time I was over there. It was like every second word, it was wild.
Let's see. If I do this, I probably will do a sleep stream as well. I'm fucking...
Maybe don't then. Just save it for the day you can do a proper stream.
Because, like, if I do it with the time that I have now, full on, let's see, because I need to double check. Where is it? So,
Yeah, Dan is
So-
indifferent.
Oh, I just remembered I'm supposed to roll my wild magic twice. And then
I would go from this streaming 24 hours straight into another D&D campaign for another 4 hours after, because it would end
Oh, God.
right at the 8-hour mark, and it starts at 8:30 tomorrow.
Okay, we'll just have like a 8-hour period where you sleep during stream. It's fine.
Or I could just do it Monday.
Yeah, all that. It's fine.
my other choice would be.
Fusion disturbance.
You gain the service of a phantom steed for 1 day.
Nice.
No, I think I'll take the one that's technically a curse, just because it makes my eyes look cool.
Also, yes, Elaine, your horns are getting a little bit bigger.
Horns!
I hate them.
So many fucking horns.
Stop
Oh,
fucking show
very
faking.
slowly over the course of like the last 4 months. Basically started coming in as soon as my arms started turning gold.
Oh. Your arm's turning gold?
Yes. My arm has actually, like, you know how infuse, it basically like ash under my skin, like embers and stuff.
Yeah.
The embers have now been replaced with just like liquid gold veins. Just got a shiny. I hate the horns.
I I know you do. Also,
Well,
thank you very much, Long Ray, for sticking around. It has been a fucking chaotic night. Yeah, we'll switch to an edit stream. And then we'll
Unless
go.
my hands instantly go to looking as cool as the Shadow Shade Kings.
I mean, inside. It won't take long.
Just to stop fucking. It's that easy.